Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck Sim live stream. Today it's the 23rd of February 2023, 3 minutes past 3 in the afternoon here in the UK. A little earlier than I'd like to usually stream. We're back in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Today we're flying a new 737, the 737-900ER. Now, I wasn't actually going to get the 900. I've spent more than enough money on 737 variants with PMDG, but a number of you wanted me to fly it. It does have some neat features such as like higher takeoff and landing speeds as well. There's the option for an auxiliary flight tank, but essentially you're paying another $50 for another 2.5 meters of an aeroplane. But it is, if you want to fly the 900 like other operators do, a good aircraft like all of the other PMDG aircraft as well. This stream is all part of a preview. In fact, they've actually released the series since I published the stream from iniBuilds, who I work closely with. They released their Oklahoma City International Airport, or Will Rogers World International Airport, yesterday. They've sent me a free copy. They sent me another copy to give away to one lucky viewer, which we'll do when we do get back to Will Rogers later on. We're going to do 2 sectors, fly to Houston in Texas, first ever time there, flight time about 1 hour each way, following my operator's real-world SOPs. We're live time, live weathering. It's 9 o'clock in the morning here as well. So if you want to join in, fly with me on the second sector, feel free to do so. It might be a bit of a better time for some people watching if they tune in then as well. And yes, you can see we're in the FS Realistic avatar view. I've got a young lady and a young man in deep conversation with me, saying, I thought you used to fly with Alpaca Airways. No, we're flying as United today, United 2301. So get on your, quickly through security because the flight's about to leave, but we're running a bit late as well. And we're going to walk through the airport because I wanted to preview the series. It looks really, really nice as well. We'll walk to stand 22, which is where the aircraft is waiting for us at cold and dark. Who we got here in chat? Flight Dispatch, hello. 320, hello, Captain. Hope you're doing well. Very well. Hope you're doing well too. Nice to see you here. Anthony Teal, hope you're doing well. Howdy, old Brummer. Thanks very much. Hope you're doing well as well. Tim Waters, nice to see you here as well. He says, Old Bean, P-Test. Yes, there is a bit of echo with the intro music, guys. So if you did hear echo, I know about it. I need to fix it. Thankfully, there's no echo of anything else. But yeah, I see a lot of people pointed it out. Dinesh K, hello. Coming in from the PMDG 777, Friday 737, much more complex. Good afternoon. Yes, the 777 is, I think, a bit more automated than the NG. The aspect, I present a daily radio show for a living. This is only relevant because although I have a bit of a dream job, I'd actually rather be sat at home today watching this today. Gotta leave in about 10 minutes. Oh, that's really cool. The aspect. I don't know what radio show that is. You should let us know. We'll have a listen in. John Padfield, I've said hello, I think, 2 already as well. Excellent, excellent, excellent. My dad taught at the FAA ATC school across the field from that terminal. Hope all is well, Captain Fulk. That's very cool, Ryan Woods. Very good. Yeah, very well. Thank you very much. This is, I've just had some annual leave. I've been away for 3 nights away with my partner. We went to a lovely spa in a place called Buxton in the Peak District. Got back yesterday and I spent the afternoon setting up this stream today, and I'm back to work on Sunday. So yeah, I'll hopefully crack out at least another stream before then as well. Is there scenery for Houston? There isn't, Danny. I couldn't find any as well, so it'll be it's just the default airport today, the large airport. We'll just have to see how we get on. I did do 1 test sector yesterday. I haven't done a test sector for the second flight, which should be already. Of course, I have, if I just quickly go out the screen, yoke cam enabled. There it is, yoke cam all ready to go. And all set up. Jack's asleep down there as well. I'll show you him later. But anyway, let's get the show on the road. Let's walk through the terminal. We've just been dropped off at the United stand here. I love this FS Realistic avatar. I forgot this existed. I haven't used it for a while. And when we get back to Oklahoma City, I'll show you the rest of the airport because there's quite a lot to it. We're just going to show you the main terminal here. Now, bear with me. I might have to smash my way through the door there. Stay safe and sanitised. Lots of COVID reminders. You've got passengers sat around waiting. Always be impressed by the quality of the iniBuilds scenery. We're just going to walk our way there. We've just met her outside. She's back inside too. 900 does have the EFB. No, it doesn't have the EFB. I think PMDG have delayed that. Well, definitely, it would seem. A lot of people say, oh, it doesn't need the EFB. It's quite right. You can enjoy flying the aeroplane, but it would be quite nice if they introduced that. You know, we've got other aircraft with implemented Navigraph, PDF charts, takeoff and performance calculations would come with that aircraft. It'd be nice that the PMDG will bring that at some point there. Right, so we're just going to go through staff security. There we go. No security checks required, and we're already into the main terminal. Oh, would you look at that? That's not even my aeroplane. Someone's flying Alpaca Airways today. I have to admit, Microsoft Flight Simulators flight modelling. It's great. Look, it's an Alpaca Airways A310. Bit of plane spotting for you. We're not flying Alpaca Airways. We're going Delta. I think we're over here today. It's so cool. We've got all the passengers here. John Padfield finally got my Alpaca 24 months to flow. 24 months has flown past. Pun intended. Thank you very much for the 24 months as a member, but I really appreciate your support there for being an active part of the members community. Thank you very much for 2 years there. Cheers. Yeah, but you can see the detailed scenery here. Look, the southwest as well. These Sims are just ridiculous now, aren't they? Oh, there's quite a few other people on standby. I can see the tail of the Continental jet we're flying today. Right, I could just squeeze through, breathe in, squeeze through here. But yeah, look, we've got realistic shops here. I mean, the pixels aren't great in there, but come on, it's a flying simulator. There you go. Welcome to Oakland City. Hello, iniBuilds here. It says, howdy y'all. This is the cowboy capital, I believe, as well, isn't it? Hope you're doing well. TripAdvisor, other trip, what do you call it, review sites are available. I don't even know. But yeah, it's a high quality add-on. I think we're on gate 22, so we'll just keep on going this way. And you painted 50, floors here.
40, 30.
We'll wait in the middle
20.
there.
10.
Zoom on out here. Oh no, I'm sinking into the ground. I can't remember any of the buttons for this. Thank you very much, Luke Zupin, for the $15.
Finally catching a live stream from the Not a Real Pilot, professional streamer. Haha, love from Adelaide, Australia.
If this is the /NotRealPilot/ pro streamer here, you've come to the right place. Thank you very much for your donation. Very good morning to you. I think, is it from Australia? Yeah, very early hours. I think very late at night, perhaps. Thank you very much for popping in there. Excellent. Anyway, I see lots of questions coming in. Let me just get towards the aircraft. So yeah, I'm just giving a brief overview of the terminal. It's very highly detailed. When we get back to Oklahoma City later, Will Rogers will have a good look around the other features, because it's a huge airport. There's things like even a prison air bridge. Like, I think they transfer prisoners around here. So we'll go check out that area later. Ah, look, they're waiting to fly with me on this Continental chassis. Oh, it's United, but Continental old livery. Right, let's go through the restricted area. Just have to use my imagination. Invisible here. Through the air bridge. We go. Yay! Pro streamer, flawless. You wouldn't even known. We went through the air bridge there. Superb. There we go. But there you go. Here's our beautiful aeroplane, the Continental Airlines 737-900ER. November 75435 is a real aircraft in these colours. United bought out Continental, I believe, a number of years ago. So I think this is just a retro livery they're using. I was checking flight radar yesterday. They were flying from somewhere to San Francisco, I believe. So this aircraft is actually a real 737-900ER. Now, 737-900ER, as I briefly touched on here, it's like the other variants of the 737. There are very subtle changes. Essentially, the main change, you've got a 2.4 metre longer aeroplane, but the seating capacity can either be, 189 less or up to 220, I think, in an all-economy configuration. I think this one's even less than 189. I think it's 174 with first and economy class here. The ER has an extra door, I believe, like the MAX does, the Type 2 emergency exit as well, and then you have the option for an auxiliary fuel tank. Otherwise, the main wing tank and centre tank is exactly the same as it is on all the other 737 variants as well, but there is the option for an auxiliary tank. I think the landing gear, the box around that is reinforced, so it does have a higher max landing weight, higher zero fuel weight as well. In fact, today we're going to be quite heavy. We're going to take a full load of passengers, 4 tons of checked-in bags, so the heaviest we've ever been in a 737 on any live stream as well. Anyway, let me just jump into the cockpit. Oh, it was cold and dark, guys. All I forgot to do, all I've done is put the GPU and battery on, so I'll turn those off. Also, just read some of the comments here. Dave Kemp, does it come with a tail skid plate? I think it does come with a two-stage tail skid, and it has like a bent. Yeah, that's another feature of the 900. It has a two-step tail skid, which is like we have on our 800s, I believe, and you have a little wear indicator too. And then it has a bent drain mast here at the front there, so you can see this sort of red and white line here. That's unique to the 900. There's a higher risk of tail strike on this aircraft because of the length of it. Subtle, the only sort of difference is really externally. There isn't much to it apart from the fact it is, as I said, 2.4 metres longer to fit in those extra seats. But yeah, they've done what's needed to make the difference. whether you can slap on $50 and pay for it, I don't know. I'm not been a fan of the different charging for different variants, but they can charge whatever they like. I've got it because a lot of you guys wanted to see the 900, and if you guys want to replicate 900 ops, you're not going to get a better 900 available anywhere else. So there you go. Who else would you see here? The merger took place in 2010, so it was actually 13 years ago that United got merged with Continental. Very interesting there. Alan Jensen, there is no one who does it as smooth as professional flight actor Sim. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, this is not going to be a failure stream. I am going to revisit that. It was very popular, but I have turned on failures. I think it's based off... I think it's service-based failure, so something could happen, but it's unlikely to happen. So, you know, I think for moving forward, it'll be nice to have something a little bit different to the streams. But I will revisit a sort of a permanent, 10 failures in, what is it now, or whatever. I think you guys really enjoyed that, so we'll look at that again. Oh, I didn't enjoy it, it was stressful. But we can perhaps look at that again in the future. Right, I've just realised I had turned Microsoft Flight Simulator right down because of FS Realistic. Let's get the show of the road here. Batteries on. GPU's on, the buses, electric hydraulic pumps are on, landing gear lever is down. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green lights, and then we check all the aircraft documentation. Let's do the fault and fire tests, which are down here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green lights. We've got the fault APU detector in op, master caution overheat detector as well. And then we've got the fire test, wheel well, fire warning, engine overheat. And the fire warning lights are illuminated bell, and I think I just missed it, but the light should have been on as well. Sort of times out after a while, I think. PMDG. There we go, you can see the fire warning lights on. Perfect, up here, emergency exit lights armed, test the attend button. I've got this excellent sim brief panel utility from flying art.dev. Here's the operational flight plan. Now, there's no event. There's some of you joining me in on the sector. I'm just going to take standard fuel, just because I'd like to see how the fuel burn is. I did run a test sector. It seems to be pretty good. It does burn a little bit more fuel than the 800, sort of looking at 2.8 tons an hour, as opposed to 2.4, which seems like a significant increase, but maybe it's to do with the fact that I am fully loaded today, very, very heavy. Zero fuel weight is 64.5 tons. My operator, the maximum zero fuel weight is 61.2 tons, so about 3 tons heavier. So we'll take 7.8, that's full wings in the 737NG. So we'll go over here, aircraft. This is why I'd quite like to have a tablet, I think, for the aircraft. So if you go here to see, it's a bit, I can never fully remember where to find stuff. Because I jump into so many different aeroplanes all the time. FS actions, isn't it? Fuel 7.8. I won't use any of the... How do I... Oh, I'd have to type it in manually, don't I? 7.8. There we are. So fuel's in. Payload, we're going to take a full load. So for this variant, this is apparently matching the real world United economy / first class of this aircraft, according to PMDG. 174 passengers, and I put 2 tons at the front, 2 tons at the back. So that is a very heavy 72.3 tons. Now, we can lift 75 tons in the 800, but our landing weight and zero fuel weight is quite high, so our approach speed will be much higher than what we're used to in the 800 there. So the passengers and fuel's all loaded up here on the overhead panel. So we'll put the seatbelt sign to on. Ignite to right. I've never seen it in the off position. Flaps are up, which match the indicated position. Trim is set. And working our way down here. Cargo fire test, discharge, forward aft, 2 green lights, fire bell, fire warning lights on. Transponder 2000 standby, rudder and aileron trim 3 and 0. Check the gear doors, circuit breakers are all in. I can't really move my head around to check, but they're not modelled anyway. Stall warning test, need to wait a little bit longer for that. Flight recorders checked, Mach airspeed warning test, IRS to nav. Those aeroplanes you hear is FS Realistic, just adds a bit of immersion to the sim, which I quite like. Circuit breakers are in that side, and I think this livery I actually grabbed has a cabin interior modelled, which I don't think the default PMDG has, the liveries, I'm not so sure, but yeah, this livery I think was from linked to me for the iniBuilds Discord, which is pretty cool. Right, so that's the safety inspection complete. We do actually have some ATC here, which is pretty cool. Daniel, we flew on the real 738 the other day, had a roughly 1 hour delay before departure. We taxied to a different stand where we didn't need pushback, so the ground crew head off. How common is this? That is called remote push and hold, Daniel B. That is quite common when you have a slot or something's delaying you. Certain airports only have so many stands available, so obviously there was another aircraft coming inbound, needed that stand, and the ground crew have to then bugger off as well to service that aircraft, and they need to get rid of you. So yeah, I actually did one when I last flew. They push you from your allocated stand to a position where you can either then start the engines, taxi out, shut down again, or if you're lucky they can push you all the way to that remote stand, and then it just saves you having to start the engines, sit there with the engines running. It just saves them. We call it push and hold at my operator. It's sort of more common in the summer. It depends what airport is unique to the airport as well. Some airports have limited stands, some have plenty of space and capacity. They can just change the stand with the inbound aircraft. So yeah, you probably, I'd say, a dozen times a year have to do that. Good question. Streamhouse says, thank you for subscribing there. Shield for Stream Manu, hope you're doing well. Thanks for subscribing. Martin Kill, you like to see me sweat. I have with all these engine failures and failure streams. I'm always sweating there. Lord Melbury, afternoon boss, looking forward to another excellent stream. Thank you very much indeed. United config is 2159 for their 900, so that's 179. What was PMDG? What was it? It was 174. Okay, a few less there, but it's basically fully loaded. Right, so let's see if we've got any ATIS here. I think we do. We've got ATIS and ground online, which is pretty cool. Let's have a little listen in here. And the frequency for the ATIS 125850, which I'm just tuning up now on the radio.
Power bank.
There we go. Let's get the
Retake
weather.
call runway hold short instruction. Advise on initial
Let's get my pen and
contact.
paper out.
You have information whiskey.
Information whiskey here in Oklahoma. I think it's a bit
Will
foggy in
Rogers
Houston.
World Airport arrival departure information
Later.
whiskey 1452 Zulu. 1350 at 17. Visibility
Windy.
10. Few clouds at 10,000. 25,000 scattered. Temperature -5. Dew point
beg your pardon?
-13.
-5?
Altimeter 3021.
How cold?
Simultaneous
I didn't realise
visual
it was that
approach is
cold.
runway 35 left. Runway 35 right in use. Departing runway 35 left. Runway 35 right. Notices to air mission. Runway 1331 closed. Terminal ramp is not controlled. Do not call for push or power bank.
Yeah, we can do that ourselves
Retake
then.
call runway hold short instruction. Advise on initial contact. You have information whiskey.
Right, we've copied information whiskey. I didn't actually realise how cold it was here. I just saw, oh, it's a lovely, crisp, clear day. I didn't actually realise it was -5 degrees here. But -5, don't... you might be thinking, oh, do I need to de-ice as well? But look how clear it is here. It's 10 statute miles visibility plus no clouds. Low humidity, I guess, with the dew point, what was it? Yeah, being -13. So it's unlikely, unless the aircraft's been sat there for a while, that the aircraft would need to be de-iced. So we're not in any sort of freezing conditions. Look how many people have actually arrived here for this time of day. That's awesome. So yeah, it's cold, but no problem with us having to de-ice today. So information... whiskey, and the pressure was 3021. So if I press B, there we are, 30203021. That's showing the elevation around 1300 feet, and we'll now put the MFRA to 2300 feet. I've already received my PDC, guys, so I'll show you that on screen in 2 seconds. Ah, no. 3021. Just set that to 2300. Perfect. We'll select traffic, which always seems to, when you power off the PMDG, it always seems to turn off traffic. On our aircraft, traffic's always on by default, so that's why I'm losing those sort of fixed rings, or these rings on the ND. Right, I've been flying the MAX recently as well, so it's funny coming back into the NG now. Right, that's all done. We've got the weather, pressure set. Let's now load up the flight management computer, so I can bring that little sim brief profile up. And we could just copy it from here. So here's the raw format, 7.8 tons of fuel required, and there's the routing information. So we're going to go to init. I've just installed the latest AirAct this morning as well, so that was valid from today until the 23rd of March. Daniel B, we do need a MAX. I guess PMDG will make one at some point. I see a company called Bluebird are making a 757. Loads of people have emailed me saying, when are you flying that? I don't know. I don't know much about the development. I think it's been a year in, and that looks quite exciting. Some loads of great aircraft going out. Right, we're in KOKC, and GPS position positions going in. GPS left. Route. First ever time to Houston, Kilo India Alpha Hotel. Call sign. Right, I've got to remember this is United 2301. I'll be listening out for Alpaca and Jal. I won't be able to pick up the United call sign, but I'll try my best. Right, I've received my PDC. PDC clearances, we can expect runway 35 right for departure. So 35 right. It's a muddy 3, and it will be an Alfred transition. From Alfred direct to Charlie Victor Echo. And from there it's a Gusher 3. What a lovely naming star. Gusher 3, February 27. Gusher 3, ILS 27, transition Charlie Victor Echo, and then, oh goodness knows which one of these it might be. I'll just activate and execute that for now, and we'll join up Gusher to Fester, I guess. Let's have a little look in the flight plan. Gusher, after Gusher, it's direct to... Gusher, this is the ILS, isn't it? Fester, I guess. Yeah, 2,000 feet, so we'll just do that there. We'll go from there. Right. Let's step through this, make sure there's no discontinuities. So, runway 35. And eventually going to have to do a 180 degree turn. We'll leave it on a vector for departure, and we'll head off towards Glops, Alfred, all these waypoints here, and then eventually we'll find ourselves on runway 27. We'll tidy that up later once we find out what runway's in use. So I guess there's a transition from Gusher, and we've got M-Port before that, haven't we? Yeah, it's looking okay for now. Right, let's get this out of the way. You guys... Stephen, Tobago Captain's still putting in waypoints. I wasn't late after all. Oh yeah, it always takes us a while to get on there. Hey Captain, just curious, how long was the longest flight you've flown? Without getting my logbook out, I've had some flights where there's scheduled block times 4.5 hours UK Canaries, and they've taken nearly an hour longer. I think 5 hours 25 is my longest flight time in the NG, from undisclosed UK departure point to the Canaries, with a very strong southerly tailwind, or coming in from the south, and then on the way back it was like 3.5 hours, or 3 hours 50 or something, but it's been a while since I've seen winds like that over there. Right, our alternate is Dallas Fort Worth, I believe, Kilo Delta Foxtrot Whiskey. Been there a number of times on streams. We need 3.6 tons to get there, so 3.6. I don't know what United use, I'm going to punch in 30. Flight level 330 is our cruise today. That is in, was it 3-3? Oh no, 3-1, sorry, 3 I think is on the way back. So that's in. We've got warnings from the FMS there. Top of climb wind 235, 108. So a bit of a headwind for the first sector. Max 280 knots at Refin. Now I think the reason it's coming up with that is because of that cost index 30, the descent speed's 270 odd knots, and it needs us to do 280 there and 280 at stack, so that's probably why we're getting those messages. We'll tidy that up later. Top of climb temperature, so this again differs from ours. Oh yeah, I've just realised something. Fuel bias plus 3%. That's interesting. That must be the profile I'm using. Yeah, this is older aircraft. They have increased fuel bias because obviously over time the engines become less reliable. As in reliable as in they increase their fuel burn. They're still very reliable with regards to they're not going to fail, but their fuel burn increases over time. That's when you see a fuel bias there. Interesting. Actual temperature then after top of climb is going to be minus 40. So we put in minus 40 here. Thrust settings. Now notice this as well. The 900, there's no 22k option. You've got 24, 26 and the 27 bump. We're not going to be super heavy for takeoff. We'll be heavy for landing, but I think for our takeoff weight, based on the runway length, full 24k will be great. Like I said, PMDG is missing this tablet. It'll be great to have a takeoff performance calculator in time. I know there's a number of available third party, but it'll be nice to have one integrated in the EFB. Minus 6 as discussed. We'll go flat 5. CG is 27.25%. on the trim's quite low. 5.09. You guys can't quite see it, I guess, but I can. There we are. That is now set. Speed's very high. Look, 149, 150, 157. We'll set that on the MCP. I love this utility. I don't have to have PDF open anymore. Hello Tobago, you were very active last stream, hope you're doing well, in the charity stream I believe. Fuel bias could just be a thing to make up inaccuracy in the sim brief model. Ah, interesting Astrodew. Yes, I chose the sim brief profile for the 900, it said MSFS, and it was the one without the auxiliary fuel tank, so it is matching this aircraft, so could be that. Right, overhead panel, your dampers on, nav transfer, normal auto, fuel 4 pumps with full wings. Check the cross-feed valve, bright, dim, bright, and off. That's all set. Imagine the cabin's secure, window heat can come on. Even though it's -6, we don't need the pro heat because we're not in freezing conditions. Voice recorder's on, Pax Auto, 33,000 feet. Houston elevation is 100 feet. That should be over on steady. Don't know why the strobes are on. We'll start the APU because we're aiming to push back in a minute. That's started. Flight director's on, and we were told to depart on our PDC off runway 35 right, was it? 35 right, yeah. So I just need to set the courses and runway QDM. So 35 right. Let me bring up Navigraph for you guys. 35 right, so we're going to be taxiing from here. Face east, we can push back at our own discretion. Let me just grab some parking stand charts. Oh, are there no parking stand charts? Interesting. So we're going to face east eventually, go via Echo 8, Juliet or Kilo, onto Golf, right turn, onto Echo, and then 35 right. Runway QDM is 356, so we'll now select 356 here, and 356 for the courses. 356. There we go. And the SID is quite simple really. 35 left, 35 right, climb heading 356 to 1800 feet, then a left turn heading 311 degrees, so I'll make a note of this. So runway heading 1800, bear in mind the elevation, so at 1300 feet, so 500 feet above the ground, so quite soon after takeoff we're going to make a left turn onto a heading of 311 degrees, which you can see depicted on the chart. And then, as directed by ATC, expect radar vectors towards Galops. So, very typical US SID. Love it. Just basically straight ahead to a certain height heading, and then you get a direct. Perfect. And then it says expect to maintain 5,000 feet after departure. Now, as I said, we've already got our PDC. I'll bring up X-Pilot so you can see my PDC as well. Let me just show you my whole screen. There we are, display capture, perfect. Let me just bring up VPilot as well. There we go. So you can see here we've got PDC from Jared, flight level 310 for the cruise, Mud 3, Alfred, Charlie, Victor Echo, which is what we put in the FMS, then the Gusher. Cleared as filed, maintain 5,000, get your cruise 10 minutes after departure. We've got a departure frequency 135, 175 Squawk, which I'll put in next. Expect runway 35 right for departure. Push at your own discretion, name the spot location, and then request taxi. This is your IFR clearance. So that's all that covered. And now we'll put in our Squawk, which was, I literally just read it out. Excuse me, 0536. 0536. And we'll put that to out off because we're about to push and start. And APU should be ready, so we'll put that on the bus. Let's call for the pushback, which is here. Pre-plan, we want to be facing east. The 35 right. That's still loading. So stand 22. Something like that. And request push.
Cockpit to ground.
This is ground. Stand by.
Perfect. So we're going to go here to FS Actions, Ground Services, remove the chocks, and then set the... Oh no, parking brake's already set. I remember to do that. There we are, parking brake set. And we've got Delta pushing back, we've got United as well, so we'll wait until he moves along. Hopefully, if he does a long enough push, he'll be able to exit out of that over that taxiway. So we'll just hopefully won't be able to block it. Overhead panel needs to be 310. Thank you. Well
Okay,
spotted.
sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed.
Danny, they
The
I
parking
believe on the
brakes are
chart
set.
in the upper
You may
right
lift.
corner.
Parking
Did you ever
brakes
get a
set.
ribbing at
Lifting
work
the
because you
aircraft.
dropped the ball in a stream like forgot something simple? Not yet, not yet. I get a
We are
lot of ribbing
cleared
at
for
work
start
for the
and
channel
push.
anyway.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release
The
parking
pack's
brake.
off, anti-collision lights on, parking brake is released.
Parking brakes
Transponders
are
out
released.
off.
Commencing pushback.
Yeah,
You
3
can
minutes
start
late, not
engine
bad,
in
seeing that
sequence.
I started with a
It
little
will start
preview
in
of the
the
terminal.
sequence.
We're getting lifted as well. Perfect, on our way. Oh, you're in the Delta, so you'll push long. Excellent. Thank you, sir. And I'll just make sure I've got ground on standby here as well. Got the airborne frequency next as well. Yeah, one thing I've noticed in the PMDG, during takeoff, it seems to be very high thrust, even in all the variants, even in the 800. If you take sort of reduced 20, I did a 22k takeoff in the 800 with 40 degrees assumed temperature at about 62 tons, and it was climbing at like 25 degrees nose up and maintaining the speed. It's a bit random, but it seems to do the same in this aircraft. You'll see it shortly. Right, starting engine number 2.
Runway 35 right via Echo 5.
That's one thing I don't like about the Max is BRM, bowed rotor motoring start, where it takes about 2 minutes to start one engine. This thing takes 45 seconds. N2, oil pressure. N1. Hello, Missos Cruz. I did watch you for a while, living your lives, sir. Thank you very much for popping in. 25%. Don't forget, we're flying to Houston. We'll be doing a return sector. On the return sector, I'll explore all the other parts of the airport, and iniBuilds have given me a copy of this scenery to give away to one lucky viewer as well. We should have airports on there as well. Give Jim terrain. Spool up time seems quite slow.
Okay, pushback
There it
completed.
goes.
Please set your parking brake.
Parking brake coming up.
Parking brake set.
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll time the next one. It's usually from engine start to start of cutout,
You may
45
disconnect.
seconds for the CFM.
Okay, sir.
Start of
Clear
cutout,
to
2,
disconnect.
4,
Pin has
6,
been
3,
removed.
2 stable.
See you at the side.
So starting
Have a good
1.
flight.
Holding position waiting for the
Timer.
visual.
Oh, it's got this,
Thank you
oh
and
no.
goodbye.
It's got this silly little time-lapse button here. I don't like that.
Southwest 29,
Head 2.
45, next left turn on Golf
Oil
1, please.
pressure, N1. Fuel coming in. Check the spar valve, dim, bright and off. Weight, inertia, engines and thrust isn't simulated. Microsoft Flight Simulator says the key. Is it not? They're getting better, but I do prefer Explain 12 Dynamics. Guys, did you enjoy my last 2 videos? The wake turbulence one and the eye tracker one? I enjoyed making those. Did those just before I went away for a couple of nights. Yeah, it is. The engine start seems a bit slow. It's usually 45 seconds, pretty consistent with the NG CFM. Here it's taking an extra 15 seconds to start. A bit slow. Cycle out 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, 2 stable, unless it's some different weird CFM I don't know about. Right, generators on, APUs off, start switches, probes, anti-ice, not required, packs auto, APU bleeds off, flight controls coming next, just selecting flap 5. There we are, full forward, full back. What was that clicking sound? I have no idea. Left, right, and checking the rudders, full right and full left. There's that clicking sound again. What is that? I hear... can you guys hear that clicking sound? I'm not touching anything. That was alarming. Well, hopefully that won't come back. Recall, blank the lower DU, and then we'd read the before taxi
Broadcast ground, good
checklist.
morning.
Nice, I've got the order brake on, RTO.
14, Boeing 738, gate 5, information X-ray, request clearance to Houston.
United 1214, you're clear to the Houston Airport. Muddy
See,
Creek,
this guy
Old
probably didn't get his
transition,
PDC, so where's the
Cowboy
engine start point?
Transition, Ruler 5 arrival.
think I can taxi
Flying
forward
maintain
here.
5000, expect flight level 310, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 135.17, squawk 3646.
Yeah, it's FS realistic. Ah. Isn't the flap settings at FS realistic flaps? Thank you. I'll turn that off. Yeah, I'm using a profile.
Transition,
Flat lever.
cowboy,
That's it.
and
I'll turn it off, guys.
Casual
Thanks,
3
guys.
transition, climb initially 5,000 feet, expect level 310 10 minutes after departure, departure frequency 13517, and the walk
So just gonna do a quick config.
3646, United 1214.
There we are. And this is something PMDG need to sort out. Like, it goes, like, there's a quick config check and it goes up to like 50%. In reality, it takes about, if I was to do that, it would take 10 seconds to get to there. In the PMDG, it takes 2. So for the engine spool up time, it's very unrealistic at low end from low end ones. Turn speed brake off as well for FS realistic. Thank you. Yeah, this is a profile. Is it just called speed brake? Oh, it's off already.
Request taxi.
I can hear people talking as well. Shut up! The passengers talking. How do I turn passengers off? Cabin ambience, probably.
Runway 35 right, taxi Juliet, Golf, Echo.
I can hear myself talking.
Delta 2 Romeo Papa.
I've turned cabin ambience off now, that seems to fix it. Right, so what I'm going to do is taxi
On the ground, United 1775, request
straight on. I don't know at what point I should talk. I'll wait here, I think.
United 1775, Rogers ground. Good morning. You're clear to the Houston Airport via the Muddy 3.
Thanks for joining in on the sectors. Great, it's quite a few of you joining in, that's cool.
Cowboy transition.
Have you shut the cabin door though? It's not
5
modelled in the
arrival.
PMDG.
Maintain
Static.
5,000, expect flight level 3.
Right, I turned it off in FS realistic, that's what it was.
Departure frequency 13517, squawk, correction 2217.
Clear to Houston George Bush, Muddy 3, departure, Ultra transition,
I
Cowboy
can't
3, Driller 5 arrival, 5,000, expect 350
any information about the off the chart about engine start points or anything like that.
Box, United 1775.
So I forgot to have a graph for you.
United 1775, read back correct, expect 35 right for departure.
35 right, 1775.
Ground, hello, United 2301, taxiing on onto Kilo, holding short of Golf.
United 2301, Rogers ground. Good morning. Just one quick note. Houston currently landing west, so you might expect the Driller 5 arrival. Currently no ATC, so you might can make do with the Gusher 3, but just advising you that landing west typically takes the Driller 5 arrival. Runway 35 right, taxi via Kilo, Golf, and Echo. Follow the Delta A320.
Kilo, Golf, and Echo, and thanks a lot for the information. We'll discontinue the Gusher and pad for the Driller. Cheers. Right, brilliant. Kilo, Golf, and Echo. Right, who names these? Who named these arrivals? We're giving way to someone here as well. Let's jump into Jimsy. Giving way to the Delta. Let me just bring on the charts here. Kilo, Golf, and then Echo for 35 right. We shall go. Oh, Sim's having a little hiccup. There's the Delta.
FedEx 1272,
There we
contact
are.
Fort
That
Worth
was
Center 13517.
amusing.
3517, FedEx 1272, have a good night.
Right, behind the Delta. Clear right, clear left. And this is the Oklahoma City Airport from iniBuilds. Will Rogers, obviously we're taxiing out. We're filling real world SOPs as I promised. When we get back, we'll have a look around the airport. It's a vast... Oh my god, that's full left on my tiller. That is full left, guys. Full left. Ugh, why won't it do more than that? If I slow... Look, I've noticed in the PMDG, it seems to limit tiller input with rudder. So you have to be doing like 2 knots for it to be a tight turn. So look, if I go here, watch my rudders full 8. I do 10 knots. If you go full right, that's the maximum. The maximum it turns. Extremely unrealistic. You know, 10 knots you should be able to put in full tiller. Look, it won't turn. I'm gonna have to stop. That's I'm full right here. Literally cannot put any more on my rudder pedals. Now, if you bring it to about, around 1 knot, it will turn. But has anyone else had this problem, or is that something? It could be an issue my side. But I was about to go on the grass there. It seems to, as soon as you get above sort of 3 or 4 knots, it seems to limit your tiller input. You can happily turn, make full tiller input 4, 5, 6 knots. It'll turn there. You just need to use a less than full tiller. It's not realistic, I'm afraid. The nose wheel slips when you put full tiller. No, like 15 knots. Yes, if you were to ram in the tiller now, it will skid. But you sort of, when you're doing a sharp lineup, you sort of go to about 5, 6 knots, guys. If I was to, so you sort of come in here. I'll just demonstrate it here. So we're going to go to about. Let's go a bit slower so the brake. So 5 knots. If you're doing 5 knots, you can go full left on the tiller. No, that is not realistic. That's full left, and it's turning. You could turn full tiller, and it will grip at 5 knots. No problem at all. I've got full right now, and you can see it. Look, that is not realistic at all. Yeah, it's that needs looking at.
Houston ground, United
Right, forward takeoff checklist, config.
Ready for taxi.
That seems to have got worse. It was actually alright, it never used to be a problem before. Config, we checked, flaps we've got 5 green lights, stab trim, 5.1 units, set, takeoff briefing. Practice order bleeds on, V speed set for departure, 49, 50, 57 set on the MCP.
Ground up.
The departure is the Mud 3. Climbing straight ahead, 500 feet, HL 1800 feet, left turn heading 311 degrees. And we're going to climb straight ahead to 5,000, set on the MCP. And ADP2, any problems?
Contact Fort Worth Center 135.
We'll climb straight ahead, runway heading 5,000.
Contact Fort Worth Central 125.17. Thanks very much.
Sit reviewed, cabin secure, checks complete. It's got,
Contact 4 Foxtrot Mike, you're clear to the Houston Airport.
One thing they've improved though is inertia. It seems to be moving along quite nicely. So idle thrusters, holding the speed quite nicely. That's good. They've improved that. Unless it's down the hill here.
Time maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 37010 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 135.17.
It is long, isn't it? It's only 2.4 meters, but it does. You can definitely tell.
135.17.
What does the nose wheel look like when you're doing full left, full right? Well, it looks like it's angled accordingly. So it's 67 degrees, Max?
Clear to Houston via the Monday 3
Can you use differential thrust to turn tight in real life? Yes, but not really to increase tightness, just to ensure that you've got thrust, because thrust on... When you're making a tight turn, the thrust on the inboard engine works against you, so you want to keep it idle and only advance thrust on the outer engine, but it's not going to increase your... or decrease your turn radius.
Back at 4 Foxtrot Mike, feedback is correct.
So I'll do it here again, look, you know, make a nice sharp turn. We're doing, it's probably a little bit fast here, but 7 knots, full left, and you can even, look, it's even showing you full left, it's not turning, and it's like it's contaminated, it's like it's taxiing on ice. Look, that's, you can see it though. It's even spinning quicker than it should be. That is broke, that needs working on. But that's gotten worse. Welcome to the grass. Right, I better turn on FS Realistic actually. Otherwise, it's got all that PMDG goodness, you know, the immersion that you get in this sim. A lot of people... Well, actually, I had a comment. I just read a comment just before the stream about someone saying you hate to admit that the Zebu mod and Expert 11 is best because you don't want to lose money. It's on the channel. I find it quite funny. I will stand by that the Zebu mod X-Plane is the better handling aircraft than sim, but as you all well know, I've been saying for quite some time, this sim offers you the best overall experience. Was he talking to me? My head tracking, I think the settings of this, yeah, they've gone really sensitive. I'm hardly moving my head. Ground, United 230 on holding 35 right, ready for departure. Oof, I need to change my settings.
Correction, 2301, you can contact Fort Worth Center 13517, see ya.
13517, thanks a lot for the ATC, United 2301, bye-bye. Yeah, something's happened to my FS, my Toby eye tracker. I'm basically moving my head about a centimetre right and it's massively turning, so I might just have to look at those settings at some point. It's going to be no good for departure here.
Good morning, squawk 2415 and item.
Yeah, tail strikes are higher risk.
What was that squawk again?
American 707, squawk 2415 and ident.
Is it full of center?
2415, American 707 and ident.
Delta Team Romeo Papa, where are you going?
Uh-oh. I see a lot of questions coming in, guys. As soon as I get airborne, it's a short
please
flight, but I will have time
Romeo
to answer
Papa.
some questions.
Delta 2 Romeo Papa, you were told to fly runway heading, where are you going?
Apologies, didn't hear that. Fly runway heading Delta 2 Romeo Papa.
Transfer TARA. 4F Center, hello, it's United 2301, holding 35 right in Oklahoma, ready for departure.
United 2301, Fort Worth Center, wind 350 at 17, runway 35 right, clear for takeoff, fly runway heading.
35 right, clear for takeoff, after departure, maintain runway heading, United 2301. Okay, so slightly different departure, that's probably what the other guy didn't hear. So parking brake released, clear takeoff, the radar's on. So MCB
American 1421.
is set, transponder TARA.
Did you file your flight plan or did someone else file it for you?
Straight flights on, you savage. Alright, so chest complete. So knowing that we've got a bit of a turning issue here, we'll do a rolling takeoff.
Your flight plan says that you're departing Albuquerque via the Monzo 3 arrival, then direct Texoma, then direct intersection Turkey, and then the Jovan 5 arrival. I need you to fly that route, please.
So yeah, unfortunately can't use the Tobii eye tracker until I've looked at those settings. A bit more thrust. Stabilised, set takeoff thrust.
Delta Romeo Papa, fly heading 270.
Fly heading 270, Delta
912, takeoff thrust set indications normal.
Papa, I apologize, can't remember if I gave it to you. Can I maintain flight level 3?
Checks, release forward pressure.
Well, maintain flight level 310.
I need to deselect LNAV as well, that's my fault, you did say maintain runway heading. Could do that at 400 feet.
Center United 1775, holding short 35, Oklahoma.
V1.
Ooh, that's how to strike your tail, very quick rotation. Pause ready to climb.
United 1775,
gears coming up.
Line up and wait, 35 right, United 1775.
Just getting ready to push heading select.
United 2301, maintain flight level 310, radar contact.
I maintain flight level 310, United 2301.
And American 707, I apologize, you are radar contact 50 miles north of the Childress VOR.
There we are, 310, oops, I'm not looking where I'm going. So 310, set, we'll plug up. Yeah, it's flying quite nicely. I was during that takeoff roll, it was quite gusty.
Romeo Papa, fly direct muddy.
And the speed behaviour on the airspeed indicator looked quite good. This way the speed was jumping up and down. Looked good. And now about 10 degrees accelerating. That's not bad. Usually around 8 to 10 degrees. Trimming those down here. Again, I don't think the trim is nowhere near as effective in the PMDG. I'm trimming continuously, look. I'm not even touching it. Look, trim nose down, look. Nah, that is still completely... It's going down now, but in reality you'd be pummeling towards the ground. Woof, nearly hit a stick shaker there. That's quite good. Like, see, if I pitch up, you get the PLIs coming into view and the airspeed change. That's really nice. I wish the Zebo had this. Like, if I increase the G, you see, look, there's your stick shaker speed increasing. That's really nice. Maneuver margins changing with G loading. But the trim, I'm still having to trim those up. It's so the trim is not right. It's still trimming those up. But I thought they fixed this. They 100% had certainly improved it. It seems to be very sensitive. Right, out of event, Command A. There we are, and out to quiet. Why have we got out to quiet for 31,000 feet? A. That's the bug. I'm stuck in out of choir. What have I done? That's not right. We're having a few issues with old PMDG. Let me try climb mode. There we are.
United 2301, fly heading 270.
Radar heading 270 degrees, United 2301.
And United 1775, winds 350 at 17, runway
I have to take
35
off,
right,
check
clear
this
for takeoff,
gears
fly runway
off,
heading.
water brakes off.
Yep, take out 25 right and runway heading 1775.
There we are, air conditioning and pressurization 2.5, climbing. And sit. Rescrew, I have to take off, check this complete, and diffs 2.5. And this is another thing, I press VNAV, why are we still doing 210 knots? The nose should be going down. Like, I'm having a lot of problems here. Look at this, VNAV, and it's commanding 250 knots. It's stuck at 210 knots doing 2,700 feet per minute. Yeah, that attitude should be down at 5 degrees, accelerating, and it's broken. I've got the latest version, guys, of the PMDG 900, the version in the video description. There's problems with this. Why is it not lowering the nose and accelerating? VNAV path. Something's happened here. Is it my sim?
United 1775, radar contact, climb maintain flight level 350.
Climb maintain 350, 1775.
Right, I'm going to have to try
United
level change.
2301, proceed direct muddy.
Direct muddy, United 2301. So I've selected level change, look, that's what VNAV should be doing. That's what VNAV should be doing. What was the FMAs before that, guys? Was it N1 and VNAV speed? It wasn't, was it? I think there was something going on there. It's a shame. Because a lot of the things were working before. I don't know what happened there. Right, it seems to have sorted itself out now. It's lowering its look, perfect, that's good. Lowering the lows now to around 5 degrees, accelerate to 315, pitch up, and it's pitching for VNAV speed. It was VNAV path. That's weird. But VNAV path is if you have an altitude restriction in the FMC, but I had no restrictions there at all. So it's like it was trying to maintain a restriction, but not. It was just climbing, maintaining the speed. Weird. Right. Could have been a unique bug. Remember, different SIDs as well might be interfering with the FMC logic in certain ways, so it might not be PMDG per se. It could be something related to the SID, and there was a weird restriction there. Right, Muddy, thanks, guys. Yeah, you did say that. Bit of turbulence here. Woo! United 2301, sorry, we're proceeding to Muddy now. 280 knots at Refin, that's quite normal. FS Realistic's making a little bit bumpy. Beautiful day, though, look at this. Nearly 10 o'clock in the morning here in Oklahoma. And we're on our way. It was FMC speed heading to VNAV path. So VNAV path in climb would suggest there was a restriction in the FMC, but there was no restriction there at all.
United 1775, flight heading 270.
270, 1775.
Anyway, now we're no longer getting a gushing SID, are we? We're getting a, what was it called? A driller. That was it, driller 5. Ooh, FS Realistic's making it bumpy and difficult. Oh, we'll put ILS 27. Which one of these I don't know. I'll execute that for now. Might have to tone down FS Realistic's turbulence here. 280 knots, that's fine. These are accurate. These are accurate. Are you using Sim Update 12? No, I'm not using the beta update at all. Because I've heard the beta update is not compatible with the latest version of the PMDG. So this is the standard, whatever the latest public version of Microsoft Flight Simulator is. I'm an Airbuster, but you are slowly making me want to buy the PMDG. Now, I've obviously highlighted some, well, looks like bugs today, but it is an excellent purchase. And I'm not in any way affiliated with PMDG. I don't get any, you know, I don't work with them, or I'm just endorsing because it is an excellent product. It is worth the 50 quid. Now, I don't think, you know, charging 50 quid per variant is necessarily you know, they can charge whatever they want, of course they can, but get the one you want. If you want to fly 900 because you know you want to fly
American
Alaskan routes,
1957 is cleared to San Antonio via Shasta
United
7
routes like
departure. Wind
we are, then
transition
that's great.
south.
I'd get the
Climb via
800,
the
I suppose,
SID.
come on.
Expect
But if you're on a
flight
budget, get the
340
600
minutes
because
after
one of the
departure.
most fun ones to
Departure
fly,
knee squawk 06.
and it's just as well modelled. Has all the goodness. It's not like a light version. It's just as good as the others. Right, approaching transition altitude, set standard. Get rid of the MFRA. We'll have a
American
little look at this
1957,
arrival
your readback correct. Advisory
shortly.
taxi, expect runway 35 left for departure.
Yeah, $50 for 2.5 meters. Yeah, the 900. Essentially, that is what you're paying for. There are additional features. You've got an auxiliary fuel tank option available, so you can extend the range of this thing. But essentially, inside, well, there are no differences. It's identical. But that's why Boeing made it that way. Astrid, when you come into the flight deck for work, is it usually cold and dark?
At American 1565.
Or in a turnaround state? Depends. Usually, first wave, it's cold and dark.
American 1565 is cleared to Oak City via the
if you're on a
Flight 08
late,
departure.
you know, the airlines don't like having planes sat on the ground so
Climb via the
often.
SID, expect flight level
We're picking up the aircraft and it's just
2110
finished
after
its
departure.
morning rotation when
Departure
we're on late.
knee squawk
So, you know, you usually see the crew.
4540, readback
So
squawk line.
it's usually in a transit state then. Yeah, exactly, Steve. Yeah, if you haven't got the 800 yet, or you're new to PMDG, get the variant you want to fly, and then I think the actual price they're setting for each
American
one
1565
is
correct.
reasonable.
Advisory
I
taxi,
think,
expect
is it
runway
$50,
35 left
$60?
for departure.
I
Break
think
United
that's
1775
extremely
to direct muddy.
reasonable for the
Direct
product.
muddy,
Get a
1775.
very good aeroplane. Hi Ramair 64, great to see you flying to my home airfield today. I hope you have something better than default scenery for Houston. Ramair 64, I've got default Houston, I'm afraid. I couldn't find any scenery for Houston at all, so it is default, I'm afraid. And, well, I think the weather's improved now, but last time I checked it was a bit foggy. Yeah, overcast at 1600 now. It was quite misty this morning. Passing 20,000. Let's check the air conditioning and pressurization. They've got, yeah, these are the door. Are these the additional doors? No, left and aft overwing. And what are these doors they've inopt? Certainly different. Air pressure 6.2, climbing, set. Beautiful. Guys, I have to go back to explain that. I do seem to stir a lot of debate, but I get some people saying, "Oh, you're a sellout for you going to Microsoft Flight Simulator." I get some people saying, "Oh, it explains rubbish." Look, I appreciate and love both sims. As I was saying in a lot of the comments on my latest video, some people say, why would you record this in X-Plane 11? I was like, well, because it's got new features like wind shear, which is pretty cool, and I wanted to show people that. And aircraft just, if you look at my last video that I uploaded a couple days ago on the Tobii eye tracking tool, I demonstrate a raw data ILS, and just look at the first 30 seconds of that video and watch the Zebo mod land. It's pucker. But you are going to get, if I was to say what replicates your day-to-day life better, and if we take out handling out of the perspective, this sim you're going to get a better experience out of. I mean, you saw it walking through that terminal. The other aircraft models on that sim, I think overall PMDG package a better 7.3. You know, the systems modelling is really good. I started my channel with the PMDG, but the Zebo trumps it with regards to handling, really. Well, as most aircraft do. I think Microsoft Flight Simulator is getting better, and I get a lot of people commenting about CFD and the flight modelling, which is really good, and Microsoft Flight Simulator utilise that. But it's quite I think it's quite a basic modelling system, but I think it's quite good for replicating sort of flight in sort of GA aircraft. I really don't know what I'm talking
Southwest
about. When it comes to that
2397,
sort of
cleared to ND via the Emmett 4 departure basket, transition to the south.
The takeoff on this felt quite good. In fact, the rotation was a bit quick. I have
and squawk 347,
fiddled with sensitivity and turned it down slightly, but I find it quite hard to fine tune. Hi JPEG's finally able to return after almost a year of absence. Request permission to join the pack of alpacas again. You're more than welcome, JPEG. See if you've signed up as a member.
Southwest 2397, you read back correct. About ready taxi, expect runway 31 right for departure.
31 right, call you taxi.
Univert, hi Captain, quick question. Do you think that Microsoft Flight Simulator PMDG 737 is too overpowered on takeoff runs compared to the real thing? Yes. It is something I've noticed. A lot of people have commented on it as well. There seems to be an excessive amount of thrust coming from the engines during the takeoff roll. Seems to be when it gets sort of into the phase of flight, the climb, it seems to be fine. But during takeoff, yeah, the takeoff, the attitudes. I've punched in data from the OPT, and I've done something like, well, I mean, I'll get my logbook out. I'll tell you how many flights I've done in the 737. This is not like a look at me sort of thing. This is just, I've got a bit of experience comparing the two, because I get people that argue with me sometimes. It's like, I've done, excluding PPR, I've done 2,669 flights in the 737. Okay, and when I punch the data in the OPT, we take off. If it's sort of typical gross weight of around 65 to 70 tons, your thrust, your attitude typically is going to be between 15 and 18 degrees for the initial kind of 1,000 feet. The PMDG, I'm getting 25 degrees nose up, but the flight directors are commanding that. It seems to be extremely excessive.
American 1565, taken.
Someone looked at one of my videos where it was my short field takeoff and landing tutorial bleeds off, and I
American 1565
compared it to the level D simulators. The level D simulator, I used the data from there. We did it in the Zebo mod. It was matching, and then someone did it in the PMDG, and it used around 1,000 meters less runway with the same thrust settings and information in the FMS. So it was sort of. Yeah, it was telltale that there seems to be excessive thrust coming from the engines on the takeoff roll in this. For example, if you set up your performance so you're field length limited, you should be taking off using up all that runway. As in, if you stop at V1, you stop with 1 meter left of runway. If you set up the PMDG for field length limited, you seem to have a lot of runway still left.
American 1957, runway 1, correction, runway 35 left. Runway taxi via Kilo.
Tamango, Captain, question. We have a crosswind. Why are we not crabbing? Excellent question, Tamango. We have on the ND and a 737. Most 737 NDs have a track up display. So this is the direction we're tracking. Now you see this little white triangle. If I move the heading bug out the way here, you see that little white triangle? That's our actual aircraft heading. So the nose of the aeroplane, we're actually pointing in this direction. You see the winds coming in from the left here, but we're actually moving or tracking 153. Our actual heading is 166 degrees, so we've got about 13 degrees of drift. And the best way of showcasing this, if I turn the sound down here in the sim, we jump outside. Let me just turn down Microsoft Flight Simulator. If you look down, can you see that? You see how we're sort of moving left? We're not going in that direction, we're moving left. That's because that strong wind's coming in from the right. We're tracking this direction, but we're pointing the nose slightly into wind. And look, can you see how we're moving to the left here? That's because of that track-up display. The nose is actually pointing in relation to the wind that way, but we're moving in that direction. Does that sort of make sense there? 1 to go. Does Microsoft Flight Simulator model tyre resistance on takeoff? Could be that. Good question, Blue. Possibly. But the rollout and taxiing seems quite realistic, Luke, so probably not. AJ, ignore the flight directors on initial climb. I stay below 20 degrees. It's exactly what you do. I've only ever seen in the 737 the flight directors go above 20 degrees if you have a very high thrust setting, sort of 26k plus, and you're less than 150 passengers with 5 or 6 tons of fuel. Talking takeoff weights of 65 tons with full 26k. Then you might get above 20 degrees nose up. commanded, but then we just hold the attitude at 20 degrees, never pitch above it. It seems pretty much every takeoff I do in the PMDG, the attitude commanded is well above 20 degrees. Tomago, yes, thank you. Good. Flight dispatch, can the 737 do a packs off takeoff? No, we do a bleeds off takeoff, and the APU is providing pressurization to the left pack, but only for a limited height. Astrid, quick question, does the MAX typically cruise higher than the NG? Now, having only done half a dozen flights in the MAX, yes, I found the MAX flight levels are generally a little bit higher on the NG for the same sort of traffic load. You know you're paid by Zemo, paid with passion. Yeah, funny questions coming in. I need to reply to this. I don't often have the time to pressure it, but someone said you're only flying the PMDG today because you are
runway 35 right, clear for takeoff. You're going to be Arnav.
You get money. It's like,
going to be Arnav and Neckel.
Marcello, in this model of aircraft, is there not a light located at nose gear? It's a pain to taxi during night without it. I can't find a solution. So you've got the different variants. If you've got the old school lighting system, yeah, there is a light on the taxi lines, but it should be bright enough to at least see. And for the 900s any different, I'd be surprised if it is. Flying Seal said earlier, have you had issues with the autoland? It seems to stay low at 3 to 4 reds after some points. No, but I think Microsoft Flight Simulators had an issue for a while with regards to PAPIs not lining up with the ILS. As long as the eye height's around 50 feet on the PAPIs, if you follow an ILS at most airports, it will be 2 reds, 2 whites in the 737 all the way down to touchdown. Certain airports you might get 3 reds because the eye height's based off something like a jumbo or something higher. But I think for a long time, Microsoft Flight Simulator and PAPI lights have been conflicting. Make sure the one that you follow is the PAPIs. That's what's really important. If the PAPIs are actually going to be putting you at the correct height, as the ILS, I think that the angle just when you get a little bit closer to the runway, but just puts you below the PAPIs.
American 1957 radar contact, climb maintain flight level 340.
Cool. All right, so we're at our cruise level now. We've got 175 miles to the top of descent. We've just passed Alfred. Let's do a quick fuel check. Oh no, we just passed, haven't we? Alfred 59 there. So remember, we took standard fuel today. So we should have been airborne for 19 minutes. We're there at 09, so 1 minute ago. So yeah, 20 minutes. That makes perfect sense. 2 tons burnt. 2 tons. That's bang on. And we should have 5.7 on board. We've got 5.7. Looks good. So it looks like that fuel bias, which has been set. So either SimBrief doesn't have an accurate profile for the 900 yet, and someone's just basically put plus 3% there.
From squawk 2430.
Which is working really nicely. Right, let's see. We have any weather later on now. When we get to about 100 miles away,
hello, United 1214.
in about 5-6 minutes, we'll start setting up for the approach now. The AC controller.
Welcome aboard. Maintain flight level 310.
Clementine flight level 310. United
briefly told me to expect a whatever the other arrival was, not a gusher, what was it? A tinkler? I can't remember. I made a note of it somewhere. Someone's just messaged me on VATSIM. Hello, which runway are you shooting?
Southwest 355 radar contact.
26 right, left on 27. I'm planning on runway 27 because I think that's what they're landing on real life. Let me just check the ATIS. In real life, if I check the ATIS for Houston, the ATIS arrival says expect ILS RNAV 26 right or runway 27. So I'm gonna. What's the most northerly runway seeing we're coming in from the north in Houston? 26 right. Oh, that's miles away from anywhere though. I'm gonna plan for 27. This is the airport here, Houston, a huge airport. What would you recommend? Any recommendations? I know there's a couple of people that chimed in saying they're from Texas or Houston. Coming in from the north, what should I go for? 26 right, 26 left, or 27? The surface wind is 2803, but they're using so 26 right, 26. Okay. 737NG Drive on YouTube did a big video on Microsoft Flight Sim glide slope issues. Ah, well, there you go. 737NG Driver, by the way. Check his channel out. He works with PMDG, so if you want any PMDG tips, advice, he's the way to go. I don't often visit his channel because I'm so busy and doing my own thing. And he pumps out videos. I don't know how he does it. I'm working 60, 70 hours a week. A month flying. And I've checked, he's uploaded more videos than me, and his channel's only 6 months old. I don't know how he does it. I'm so busy, and every spare second I get, I like to plan streams. Good for him. So 26 right. Take runway 27. 27 less taxi. I like your thinking flight dispatch 320. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, I pick 27. 27 parking on the south side, you won't have to backtrack. Okay. I like 27 because look, yeah, it's straight off at Sierra Golf, one of the high speeds. Boof, on stand here. Runway 27 for south side gates. Is that where United Park? For ultimate realism. I know you guys love to have the ultimate realism. I'm gonna go for 27. We'll request it. Arrival. And it Driller 527 we selected, didn't we? Charlie Victor Echo ILS 27. Now, which one of these transitions do I want to select? Let me just have a look here for the approach for 27. I see. Let's go for. We've got a not Rudfish, Classic, not that either.
Welcome.
And we've got Sills. Where's Sills? Is that to the north on the arrival? I don't know which one of these I want. This is where I get quite confused by the arrivals in here. I think I'm going to go for a Klisk. Right, check for any discontinuities again. That should be blanked. Oh no, that takes us over to the south. That doesn't seem right. Or is it? I really don't know. Thanks for subscribing there, Jarrett Jansma. It's towards Smoker. Let me just have a look at this star. Oh, it could be one or either. Oh, for 27 though, I think we do want to go to the south. So that means the transition I want. Oh, sorry, I thought you guys had the charts here. So at the moment we're going to the south via Prey, and then north, I guess.
Fort Center, Alpaca 4 Foxtrot Mike at.
I hear an alpaca.
Climbing to 16,000, going direct to Muddy.
Alpaca 4 Foxtrot Mike, Fort Worth Center, climb maintain flight level 370.
Charlie Victor Echo, and then let's go via. Prey. I go via Radish Redfish then. That's from the south. Execute. Let's just do that. Whoa! God. We'll do something like that. The good news is it has a hard altitude at 6,000, so that's going to keep us low on profile. Then I can just use vectors. That'll do. Whatever we plan for, it'll be different. Yeah, it pumps out videos so quickly. Yes, Terminal Echo or Charlie for United Gates. Cool. Hey Edo, nice to see you here. Littoral Games, good to be back home. What a day. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're doing very well, sir, in northern Italy. Matthew Knight earlier said, what are the benefits of having SATCOM-equipped aircraft? Satellite communication.
707 contact
Really
Central Center
don't have it fitted to ours.
133.65 for you.
I'm going to have to really listen out for United call sign. I'm not used to that. There's quite a few little aircraft that's joined in here. Oh, we do actually have ATC at Dallas, but Houston has no ATC at all. So I think once we get south, we can just go from there. Pretty much. There's actually quite a few areas got ATC on right now in the US.
Southwest 2397, runway 31 right taxi via Delta Quebec Bravo, Mike 1.
Yes, go to the south and left down.
Steve
of Ebby is the Formula 2. I don't think really gets. Oh, that is the name of the drive. Subaru Energy drive. No, I don't know how he does it. I don't dare step foot in those forums. I've probably got my picture on a dartboard somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, I do endorse this aircraft. I do enjoy it. Maybe the fact I flew the mod a lot. I'm not. I don't go there because you have to obviously sign with your real name. But that's a whole different ballpark.
Aircraft on 32 going to be right back.
Andy, where's the second sector to, boss? Not Minneapolis, I'm afraid. We'll be heading back to Oklahoma City. 2 sector day from Oklahoma. In fact, we go directly over Dallas Fort Worth, don't we? Anyway, iniBuilds are going crazy at the moment with content. They've also sent me out their new little BF-108 Messerschmitt. So if I get a bit of a chance tomorrow afternoon, I might jump into that. So they've also given me an additional copy to give away as well. Anyway, yes, there we are. Directly overhead Dallas Fort Worth. There we are in the United States. First ever time flying into Houston. Have we flown to Texas before? I don't think we have. Our alternate is directly below anyway, Dallas. iniBuilds, let us know if you do. Yes, I don't know yet. As you well know, I can't dedicate or commit to certain dates or time at sort of long term. And I've noticed I'm hoping tomorrow that I'll have some time in the afternoon. Now, completely off topic, guys, and something which I feel I should tell as many people as possible. I'm going to hospital tomorrow. Nothing bad or scary, but I'm having a lump removed, like a mole, a suspect-looking mole. Now, I just wanted to say to anyone, if you ever have anything on you, like a mole or a skin tag that you don't think is right, or anything like that, get it checked out. It's not, the thing that I'm getting removed is fine. It's benign, but it's getting removed. But it just it was something I didn't notice as well, and I went to had it checked out. And yeah, they're removing it, and it's nothing bad at all. But if you have anything that's funky, and if you're a guy, you know, talking about your balls here, get them checked. If you're anything that you feels weird or not strange, just go to your GP, get it checked out. It's so important. So yeah. I only there's what 200 odd people watching here today, but at least and most of you guys. Don't be afraid, or get it checked out and talked about. Alex Vanderpass, are your failures still on? Not at the rate we had it on the failure stream. It's just done for. It's just normal service-based failures now. What was it? Yeah, this is what I did on the last one. I went to random. Yes, and then we put this up to 59 events in 10 hours. But if you want on the way back, I'll put a random failure on. I'll put 2. If I put random failures to how many was it? A 1 hour flight. So I need to have 10 failures in 10 hours. If I'll tell you what, I put 10 failures on the way back. 10 failures in 10 hours. I'll do it on the way back. Deal. Remind me if I forget on the way back. Just to spruce it up. 10 failures on the way back, not 59.
Sorry about that. Southwest 2397. Winds are.
Are you sure, Captain? We'll see.
We'll see. Right, clear for takeoff. I'm at Barry.
Yeah, Steve, exactly as you're saying. What I'm having, I basically had it checked out. The nurse, took 2 looks at that and said, right, I just need to have a second of opinion on this. Second opinion on this this mole. It looks a bit sort of funny, a bit funky, and I was like, oh, okay. And then someone else came in and had a look at it, and they said, right, well, I'm going to take some pictures of it and have some checks. And it's I won't go into all the terms of it, but it's called a pre-malignant severe dysplastic nevus, which is basically. They saw this and then I got an urgent referral to the GP, and they just sent me to a dermatologist to have a look at. And they told me not to be alarmed, but it's very important. And this was nothing. Honestly, this thing on me is quite small, but it was just didn't look right. So yeah, get it checked. And whatever I said, it's one of those. But they told me it's nothing. Yeah, it's fine. We're going to remove it. Robert S, 13 months, thank you, nice to see you live, Captain. Again, I hope you are doing well, Captain. Sorry, I read that the wrong way. Very well, Robert, nice to see you here as well, but I haven't seen you for a while. I'm doing very well, I'm on my annual leave at the moment. Back to work on Sunday. I've got a very busy March ahead. I've got my 6-month sim check next month, so I'll be starting preparing for that. And got a lot of flying going on as well. I'll share what I can on my socials and stream when I can as well. I'm going on holiday in April, though. Really looking forward to it. In April, flying to Tenerife. I'm flying to Tenerife on an Airbus and a 737. 737 one way, Airbus on another. I'm nervous for the second sector. Oh, that's it, Steve. That's how it was found. Right. Anyway, we're going to start planning for 27. 85 miles. We've been chit-chatting away here, haven't we? Right, so let's have a look here at the arrivals. It is going to be the Driller arrival now. So we've already changed this arrival several times. Let me start filling in the information here on the descent page. I hope PMDG will have the newer FMS at some point. All our 737s, even the older ones now, they have the updated FMS, which don't have climb, cruise, descent pages. I haven't seen those for 5 years now. We have the VNAV button, and then the VNAV has 3 pages, climb, cruise, and descent. So it gets every time I jump back in this aircraft, I'm always a bit like, oh, old school. Right, 250 below 10,000 feet.
Plus 355, climb maintain pilot 390.
Oh yeah, we need to delete these, or adjust the descent speed actually. I'm going to just increase the descent speed to 280 knots, guys, just to get rid of those warnings, because they have mandatory at 280 knot speeds on this arrival. So descent 310, 200, 100. These bumps are it's not Tokyo Tracker, it's FS Realistic. $200, 229 at 63. 10,000, 207 at 22. Inches of mercury we have at our destination. Zebo has climb, cruise, descent. It does, but you can change as you look at. If you look at any of my Zebo streams, I've changed it to a newer FMS, which is in the EFB Mavericks. If you go to the EFB and the Zebo mod, you can choose the modern FMC, and it has the newer FMC logic as well. U14 to, or is it U15? No, I can't remember now. Inches of mercury in George Bush is Houston 3000. Oops, so okay, we'll set that up in a second anyway, so that's preset as well. Perfect, let's have a little look at this arrival then. So we're flying inbound to Torn at the moment, so we're already on the arrival. So, Charlie back Victor Echo's Cowboy. So flying from Cowboy to Torn, Torn to Refin, oil, flying for 240 at 280. D-plan, 220 above, stacks 240 to 200, it's all coded correctly. M-port, 280, 190 to 16,000. Driller 16 to 13, petrol, I guess. Yeah, these are all oil drilling references. Petrol 11 to 13, Domino 240 knots 10 to 8, Bison at 6,000 hard. And it's level segment 6,000 from Bison to Smoker Prey. Smoker Prey then vectors onto the ILS. All coded correctly. Now I'm going to plan for ILS 27. I'm going to self-position if there's no ATC, based on where the other traffic is. Eventually get towards the extended sensor line, which is at 22 miles. Probably won't go as far out as that. Dento 2000.
3020, gas 24, runway 35 at left, clear for takeoff on Kuzin.
The threshold's 1.8 DME. Why is it US airports no co-located DME with the ILS? So the ILS will read 1.8 at the threshold. So 8.2 miles, you're at 10 miles. Yes. No. Yes. Then we're going to be from Redoc Fiesta, Dento Fiesta Redoc, 1500 feet hard, which is the platform altitude, down to the ILS. Now, where is the glide? There should be on the FMC here, correct me if I'm wrong, it should say 3 degree ILS from the FAF, so this is the FAF here, Redoc, we should have a 3 degree ILS point maybe. I don't know if that's modelled or not. Anyway, platform with step altitude check, and let's have a look at the top here, 110.9, I'm not so sure if I like this jumping up and down from FS Realistic, maybe I should turn that down slightly. ILS is active. We'll set the Humble VOR on backup 16.6.
American 1597, correction, American 1957, leaving airspace to the south, Houston Center off arm, radar service terminated, change to about approved field.
On approach course
267.
267.
Romeo Papa, leaving airspace to the south, Houston Center off arm, radar service terminated, change to about approved field.
267. Fixed course is minimum.
Thanks very much, Delta 2 Romeo Papa.
Cat 1286. That's taking ages. I wish they'd speed up. In the real aircraft, you hold this down and it speeds up very quickly. Now, what I usually do is I unlock my mouse wheel and then I can spin it a little bit quicker. But in the real aircraft, it goes down in sort of 10-foot increments. Neither the Zebra model, PMDG, they haven't quite that right. Nice chart. Yeah, I knew it was there. No, chart's meant to be there. Chart's meant to be there. I do often forget it though, I'll give you that. Freaks' course's minimums are set. We've checked where we need to go. I'm just going to put some fixed rings in for situation awareness. Based off runway
1565, radar contact, climb, maintain flight level 210.
10, 4, there we go. Houston, Texas then. First ever time flying in. So brief the arrival, brief the ILS, MSA, no terrain issues, highest is the east, 3,100, so go to 4,000 if there's any problems. Climb runway heading in the event of a missed approach to 560 feet, then there's a left turn to 3,000 feet outbound from the Humble VOR 215 to Tikoi, 20 miles out to hold. There it is. 267, 217 Tikoi to hold. All coded. Landing performance then. So this is one of the things that's quite different in the 900 to shorter variants, and that's its approach speeds, because we're much heavier. Now, to put it in perspective, our 800s at Marparator, maximum landing weight 65.3 tons. The maximum landing weight of the 900ER, if it's so long as SimBrief has it actually modelled, well, it says here maximum landing is 68.3, so it's actually quite close to the max landing weight. So 65.3 for the 800, 68.3. Our actual landing weight, we're going to burn a ton of fuel between now and then. It's going to be 68.4. So we are above the maximum landing weight for the 800 by 65, 66, 67. We're 3 tons heavier than the 800 max landing weight. And look at the approach speeds. In comparison, much higher, 145 knots. Well, I say much higher, it's around 4 or 5 knots. But if you have an engine failure, your approach speed with flat 15, you're north of 150 knots now. You're coming in quite fast. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, all of the 900s have the short field performance package. So they have carbon brakes as the option. Maybe they have steel, but that will further improve stopping performance. There we are. Andy, sorry, not spinny. All holding right mouse button, scrolling spins the wheel faster. Does it, Andy? I did not know that. But if I hold the right mouse button, the cursor disappears and I zoom in. Holding right mouse button, scrolling spins the wheel faster. But if I hold down the right mouse, it's what I use to activate the mouse, and I lose the click spot. And if I rotate, it zooms, just like it does without holding right. Where are we parking, Captain? Oh yes, we didn't actually brief the taxi. So, if we plan to land on 27, unless we get told otherwise, we'll vacate Sierra Golf or Sierra Foxtrot, go in off Sierra Foxtrot Bridge. Let's have a look at the parking stands here. where would one recommend to park as United? Parking gates. So east ramp. Should we say, keep it nice and simple, just on the Terminal E? Use C36, someone said. Okay. What about holding shift? I think some non-ER 900 may not have short film forms. Okay. We've got very specific stand requests here. E15 Alpha, Charlie 36. Okay. We'll park somewhere at Terminal Echo. We've got some more advice. Clicking the button when the pointer shows a direction. And then shift. No, it's the same speed for me. Now I forgot what the minimums were.
United 2331, requesting United 2301, leaving the airspace to the south. Houston service offline, radar service terminated. Change to advisory approved. See you.
Connor Unicom, and thanks a lot for the ATC, United 2301. Bye, sir. Bye. There we are. What's the minimums? 286. 286. Yeah, I think PMDG do have a way of increasing it, don't they? But I just unlock my mouse wheel usually. It works quite well. Jet power. I worked that gate on the ramp back in the day. Charlie 36. Terminal C is the main terminal for United. Okay. Alright, then we'll go Terminal C then. Charlie 36. We'll visit Jet Power 1960's old stand. But don't forget, this is a default. This is default scenery, so don't expect any stand markings or taxis or anything realistic here. Again, I couldn't really find any sort of decent options for Houston. Andy, sorry, it's not a discovery I expected. No, it's fine. I've got a funny feeling that there is a way of doing it, but because I've got FS Realistic here and there's a little bit of turbulence, the mouse is, obviously this is constantly moving, so if I use the scroll wheel, it sort of like goes off like that and it sort of starts zooming in. We got it done anyway. But overall, yeah, I do like the 900. I don't really see any differences between the two, but if you want to fly PMDG, I 100% endorse their products. Just get the variant you want, or if you had the money, you can spend $200 on get every variant. But it's a shame they didn't do some sort of discount for those existing owners. But again, they can choose whatever they want to charge. FSDT are working on Houston. Okay. PMDG have their own mouse files, but you have to install those every time they update. So I can't be bothered to stay with the Microsoft ones. Okay. Dr. Gonzo, but Stand Echo 15 is deep in the cul-de-sac. Let's watch him struggle. Well, for me personally, well, it's my settings, but other people seem to have the same issue. Taxiing in this thing is, you can't turn unless you're doing less than 2 knots. You can't turn, maximum angle on the tiller. Right, approaching top of descent, guys. I'm going to upset a lot of people here. At my operator, we step down as per the next restriction. So 240 is the next one. I'm going to set that first. Then 1 mile before, I'll set the next one. So 240 is set. VNAV's engaged. Let's see how the aircraft descends. Now, VNAV seems to work really well in the PMDG. I think they have some magic going on in the background to ensure that it stays on profile. Typically at this speed, 280 knots, we should be doing around 2,300 feet per minute. It does sometimes seem to do that, which is quite nice. Other times it sort of does 1,800. Let's see what we get today. We're doing 280 knots initially. See how it stabilises.
50, 40, 30,
Bacon Hair says,
20,
yo, hey bro, hello.
10.
Realms, thank you very much for the $5. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you.
Hey Captain.
Hello.
Currently the A310 alpaca lagging behind you. Hope you enjoy your flight and give Jack extra pets for me.
Oh, cheers, Realms. Thanks for the $5. You were the first aircraft we saw. I don't know if you were watching at the start, Realms. We went through security using the FS Realistic Avatar tool, and I saw an Alpaca Airways A310, and I was very proud. Thank you very much, buddy, for your donation. I hope you have a safe flight. Thank you. Right, I forgot to set the bank angle, and for your $5, Realms, I will happily pet the mister. He's asleep. Oh, sorry. Did I wake you up? Did I wake you up? Did I wake you up? Hello. Here is Dale now. Hello. 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 Oh, he's having a stretch now. Look. Yeah, labs are. Right. You're a good boy. You are a good boy, aren't you? You are a good boy. You had a nice long walk this morning. Good boy. Right, on your bed. On your bed. Go on. Ow, your ears are whipping me. Right. Oh, another stretch. Okay. He was asleep he's been asleep the whole stream. And I've just disrupted his sleep there. Right, let me reset yoke cam. Oh, I seem to have broken it. Is that let me just move this back. Danger of revealing my identity. Right, there we go. +2 for treats. Oh, he's buggered off now. Come on your bed. On your bed. Come on your bed. That was mean of me. Why did you wake me up? You saying that? How old is he, Cap? He's 8. 8 and a little bit. No, credit to PMDG. We're on VNAV here. I'd expect a rate of descent around 2,500 feet per minute. In VNAV at 280, it seems to be doing it on path idle thrust. Looks very nice. We're crossing the next restriction. If I switch on yoke cam, not yoke cam, Navigraph cam. So inbound to D plan 220, and we can actually now step down to 200 for the next restriction. So 200 is set. And stacks have got to be at or above 200 and 240 on the chart. So we'll just keep stepping down as per the restrictions. Holding the speed nicely, yeah, seems good. So they must have had some subtle changes to the code in VNAV for each aircraft, because they're going to have a slightly different profile for idle path. Julian, which aircraft is he type rated on? Who, Jack or me? I'm not sure you're asking. Just the 737 series. Is weather radar always continuously on during flight? Yes, Simon. You know it's going to happen one day. Maybe, Andre. Maybe. Right, so yes, remind me. I will turn on 10 failures in 10 hours for the next flight, okay? Just for a bit of fun. Just for a bit of fun. Let's hope we don't have an engine failure, because I do sort of need to get back to Oklahoma City to preview it for iniBuilds. Are companies ETOPS rated? No, they're not, Ben Beaver. Can 737 pilot fly all types of 737? I think the Classic requires some sort of additional rating CADs. It literally says on my license 300 to 900, but now with the max endorsement. Did you add turn on replay in your landing checklist capture? That's your job, guys, is to remind me to turn on the replay. I don't want to do it now, because obviously when I start it I'm going to be miles out. I like to do it around 6,000 feet. Mavericks, if you got the 900, would you be allowed to fly it? Would you need extra training? It would probably, yeah, you'd be able to fly it straight away, because I am rated to fly it. I haven't actually looked at the FCTM to see what's different. Just stepping down to 16,000, guys. There we go. Look, inbound to Mport at 280. Yes, I haven't actually looked at the FCTM. I think you got to seriously think about your rotation in this and the risk of tail strike. Yes, 200 has a separate tyrus. There you go. Akash, do you ever think of making the move from the 7.3 to wide bodies? No, quite very, very happy at my operator, actually flying the NG and Max. I'm at home. Life's going very nicely for me outside the channel, so very happy with everything. Jack, of course, and Julian. Oh, Jack, he's qualified to fly everything. Perfect. So approaching the transition level, we'll set to 29 and 9. I thought it was 3,000 actually. I guess that's set the actual setting right now. Right now in George Bush it is 3,000, so we'll set that here. Yes, this is... I don't get this whole thing here with... If I go to descent page, even though if I set standard and then go back to the setting, it does change VNav if it's massively different. Obviously it's not too far from 29902. It does seem to adjust the VNav profile. Are you type rated on the max 10? No, Brendan. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you here. Now interestingly, yeah, we're doing about on profile 2,000 feet per minute, but we're accelerating as well. Just keep a close eye on that. Usually if I was doing 1,800 feet per minute at 290 knots, I'd expect the aircraft to slow down. That seems a very shallow, so this picture doesn't look quite right. 2,000 feet per minute and less, and not slowing down. I'd expect the aircraft to slow down. Next restriction is going down to 13,000 feet or above at driller, so we'll set 13,000 on the MCP. If you were to like move to a wide body, wouldn't you be a noob again? You'd probably have to start the right seat. Yes. Mushroom Rid Cully, I still cannot get the Discord to work, so once again I got on this stream by dumb luck. Is there a forum where the herd hangs out? I'm on the iPad. Does that make it harder to sign it onto Discord? Yes, Mushroom Rid Cully. Now, if you're a member and you're not in the members only Discord, listen carefully. Head to Google, type in Discord YouTube synchronization. Discord YouTube synchronization. Click that link and follow the steps. Make sure you do that on a web browser on a PC. And if you're having any other problems or unable to join, email me and I'll get you sorted. And you get YouTube members only community posts I occasionally make, especially around the members group flights. You should be able to filter those out, and I do occasionally post reminders on how to join the Discord. Greetings from Turkey. I hope you're doing well. Roger the Goat Fedra. You're also a 737 type rated captain. Alex, excellent. I love your YouTube name there, sir. And I hope you have not been affected, obviously, by the recent events in Turkey and Syria. And thanks again. My last public stream was the Vats of Charity events. That page is now closed. Phenomenal amount raised. Our initial target of £1,000 was absolutely destroyed. 4,600 I think was the final amount raised, so well done. Thank you very much to all of you who donated and contributed towards that. Alright, let's turn this music off now. We're approaching 13,000 feet. I've had the signal sign on all sector, but that's because it has been a little bit choppy. I think it's more FS realistic adding chop here though. I mean, let me just turn that off for a second. So I've just turned off FS Realistic. There we are. So you can see, I think FS Realistic is sort of exaggerating this little oscillation. You see the PMDG is a little bit of an oscillation up and down here. 13,000 feet to 11. We can go down to 11. So you can see there's a little bit of an oscillation, not by much. If I put FS Realistic on, it's sort of exaggerating this oscillation. So you can see that every time the PMDG pitches up and down, it's causing FS Realistic to go up and down as well in a little bit more of a excessive manner. So I might just turn off FS Realistic here. That's a little bit better there. Perfect. So again, this is where I sort of sometimes question the drag model in PMDG, right? We're doing 257 knots, pretty steady, not accelerating, but our rate of descent is around 1,500 feet per minute. This aircraft, 250 knots clean, it's about 1,800, 1,900 feet per minute. I know it's not much difference, and we're in VNav, but you know, it should be sort of doing a little bit more here. Sort of, I'm used to, that's what you'd see. I mean, it's not far off. It's not far off. But yeah, 1,300. We are slowing down actually with the decel, I think there. But yeah, that's better. It's actually on its own. It's like it listened to me. Look, it's now going back to what it should be doing. But the profile should be a pretty continuous descent there. Right, next restriction coming in from Domino. It's going to be 10,000 or below at 240 knots. Let's select 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet set. Still no ATC, I'm afraid, at Houston, but it is 10 o'clock in the morning, I believe, or coming up to 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure you have, but you know the low altitude turbulence setting needs to be off in FS Realistic. Oh, Steve, I might need to look in those settings a little more. It's beta and causes all sorts of problems. Interesting. I'll turn it off for now. I'll turn it off. Want to go again? It's flown in the profile otherwise really nicely. Bison is 6,000 feet next. 6,000. We should wait until we're a little bit closer to Domino before setting that. And I forgot to actually do the performance, just checking this here. 500 kilos to burn, flat 30 we did set, auto brake 3. Perfect. Overcast conditions here. Great to see that the live weather now seems to have finally been fixed in Microsoft Flight Simulator, because that was a pain not having that. Visibility George Bush 7 statute miles. That is about 11 kilometres. So that's absolutely fine. So much warmer here. 24 degrees. And it was -5 when we left Oklahoma. Massive temperature difference. Hello Kevin Swick. Hi, I've had some issues with the Zima mod. I don't know where to search help for this issue, but does anyone know if Flight Sim read this? Do you know? The Facebook, there's a Facebook Zebo page I think is quite useful. I just realised past 10,000 feet now for 6,000. Let's do the post-cruise checks. I'll pop all these lights on. We usually wait until landing clearance for the retracts. So fuel 4 pumps, 4.3 tons, lights on, logos off, angular bank set to 25 degrees, pressurization 3.5 and set, seatbelts on, recool, VSD for Jim. Or is that not an option? Oh, what have I done? Oh, I went to plan accidentally. There we go. Checks complete. Yeah, they're nicely modelled out, PMDG. Same as if you were to fly from the UK to the south of France or the Med. Slightly longer flight time. But yeah, I suppose. We got that a cold front in the business. Brilliant. See, I think you had a cold front shift through Oklahoma yesterday because it was a lot warmer, I swear. Right. So we're descending to 6,000. Remember, after Bison, 6,000 feet, we've got a level segment look. 6,000 feet until we get to Prey. And when we get to Prey, I'll make a turn northbound towards the centre line. Prey is going to be up here. Festa, and then I'll make a turn here. We won't go as far out as Bento. Probably before Bento, I'll make a turn onto the localizer. Right, I should be unicomming here, shouldn't I? I just make sure I'm on the right frequency. 22.8. Yes, we are. So 6,000 feet, and we can't do a CD after that. Yeah, clouds. The clouds look excellent, don't they? Now, I actually have to say they look really good. De-icing time, Steve M. 22 degrees. 22 degrees. If it was 10 degrees or below, then yes. Oh, we might be doing a bit of cloud surfing, guys. We'll probably level off a few hundred feet above us. Houston traffic, United 2301. We're on the arrival, positioning for ILS 27. There we are, 6,000 feet. Yeah, I get a 9 out of 10 on that descent. VNAV and its behaviour. Don't know what happened on departure though. It's definitely a bit quirky. So we're right over the top of the airport. It is overcast conditions. The airport is down there somewhere. That looks great. Those clouds look wicked. And this is the sort of, for me, certainly growing up, I remember using FS 2002, FS 2004, and I hated the clouds didn't go all the way out a huge distance. That looks amazing. And I think this sim sort of offers that increased immersion with regards to clouds. I mean, they used to look crap in this sim. They are getting better in X-Plane 12, but that looks great. Really realistic. Sounds really good in front of the engine as well. Beautiful. So yes, don't forget, I will spice things up for the return sector. I will turn on 10 failures in 10 hours, not 59, whatever it was, for the failure stream. So that means we might not have, well, on average we should have something. It's an hour's flight time and 10 failures in 10 hours. We should have 1 failure. Showing about the flickering shadows. Yes, we do sometimes have some flickering shadows in the sim. Right, there's Samoka. Left turn to prey at 210 knots, so VNAV, yeah, they've done that perfectly. Look, you've got a nice little decel circle, and that should brings to 210 knots of prey.
Houston
And
traffic, Delta 2, Romeo Papa on a
the
14
Zebo
mile
mod at the
final
moment
runway
is
27,
not
Houston traffic.
as well modelled in that respect in X-Plane 12. It's a bit buggy, the decel points aren't quite in the right place, VNAV isn't working quite as it should be. This is sort of a little bit more complete in the PMDG. It's got its quirks. We've got to remember in both cases they're desktop simulated versions of the real aircraft, which are complex machines. And even in the real aircraft, VNAV sometimes has hiccups, doesn't work. There we are, about to go through the cloud. That looks great. I mean, yeah, they look when you get a bit closer, that looks a bit pixely. Nothing on the weather radar, that's because it doesn't work. Right, after that 6,000 feet point at prey, there's the decel point to 210 knots. Slowing down nicely. Plus 23. There's 6,000. So now I'm going to start descending to the... Oh look, there's an aircraft on final at Festa. So we'll position behind him. We'll bring Festa to the top. I won't execute it just yet. And we're going to start descending to 4,000 feet. We'll go level change. Ah, yes, someone said to me last stream, you can bring up the Microsoft Flight Sim map and it will show other traffic on the VATSIM network. Ooh, what was that? That's some sort of crazy formation. There we go. So it's quite good. And usually self-positioning, sort of when you're doing visual circuits with other traffic in the pattern, when they're a beam, that's when you can start timing. I'm going to give them a little bit more space. These look sort of cumulus style clouds and no strata style there. And this dashed line modelled by PMDG, perfect. See how it's updating as we move? That's exactly as a real aircraft, really nice. So I'll give it another 15 seconds. And I'll turn base manually. So heading select, I'll step down to the platform, which is 2,000 feet. We'll execute the FMS. There's just some stuff you cannot teach, guys. Look at that! Just, sorry, that's having a little moment there. I just level change, you know, perfectly on profile. Didn't see the profile beforehand, you know. Flight recorder's coming on. Thanks for the reminder, guys. Thanks for the reminder. Flight recorder replay tool opening as we speak. So vertical speed now, shallow it off, so we're not going to continue turning towards that point. Flight recorder is now recording the for the replay. Thank you. Did I select the ILS? 109. Where? Oh, I've got MPS scales on, that's why. MPS scales. They show you the localizer when you're close on there. Right, let's give myself an intercept heading. There you are. So with MPS scales, you have the localizer there, and that's correct. Now, if I go to VNAV, oh, very nice PMDG. That is excellent. So when you go to VNAV, you get NPS scales in pitch. If you go to level change or vertical speed, you get the glide slope.
Delta 2
that
Romeo
is
Papa on a 4
really
mile
nice to
final
see
runway
that they've modelled that.
27, Houston traffic.
Vorlock. What I am questioning, though, is the reason I'm perfectly on my vertical profile. Look, 2,000 feet or above, it's put me very low on the glide slope. So I was just praising the NPS scales, localizer, live localizer capture. Where's the VNAV profile put me? It's put me way too low. I was expecting to be perfectly on profile. I'm just going to do minus 150 feet per minute here. Yeah. The VNAV, the glide slope's alive.
Hey, Delta 2 Romeo
This is showing
Papa,
me on
can you,
profile.
let
We should
me
be
know how
probably
low
about
the
400
start
feet
is?
higher here. And I've noticed this in the PMDG. VNAV, sort of the last sort of 20 miles, routing towards the final approach fix, running towards approach waypoints, the profile just goes very shallow. It doesn't do an idle path descent anymore. Again, this could be to do with the VNAV logic with the PMDG. There's approach logics, there's different VNAV sort of logics and differences.
Through the clouds at around 1800 feet, Delta 2 Romeo Papa.
And we're heading
Roger, thank
267.
you.
Right, approaching 10 miles, selecting flap 1. Arming approach. So yeah, I'm talking about the approach logic. It's now showing me 400 feet high, but we're below the glide slope, and this is at or above restrictions. This is wrong. We should be bang on profile here. If it was level at 2,000, then fair enough. But even then, it would say 1,000 feet because we're 1,000 feet above the 2,000. Right, glide slope capture. Missed approach altitude 3,000 feet is set. Flap 5. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator ILS and PAPI alignment I am aware of. And flap 5. We're heavy aeroplane, remember. We've got a 37 knot crosswind here. Actually, what's the surface wind? Surface wind is
2,500.
0. Calm winds, but 30 knot winds here. Interesting. Let's see how that turns out. Flap 5, holding the speed nicely. We've got a nice strong
Delta 2 Romeo
headwind.
Papa vacating runway 27.
And there's the Houston landscape below us, but it's not a very nice morning here. Houston traffic, United 2301 on final ILS 27, about 8 miles. 3,000 feet staying cloud. Oh, that's quite normal. So you can see, look, perfectly on the ILS, but VNAV showing us 400 feet high. And I'd bet you top dollar when we get to that point there, it will show us on profile at Redoc. Should be showing us on profile now. Right, approaching 4 miles. Let's start the landing flow. The cockpit lighting though at night in this sort of darkness is excellent. Start switches. Recall speed brake. Perfect. Let's have some fun then. Gear down. Flap 15. Disconnecting autopilot. And where's? I can't remember how to disconnect the auto. Well, that's not working. Disconnecting auto throttle. Flap 15. Oh, thanks Microsoft Flight Simulator. I just went from having 30 knot winds to 7 knot winds. Thanks Microsoft Flight Simulator. Appreciate the update. Right, flap 30. Yeah, it's a little bit higher speed. 176, I think it is. Yeah, whoa. I'm following the glide slope. I'm following the flight directors, PMDG, and you put me low. Right, back on the profile. 30 green light, lights on. There's no ATC. Check's complete. Whee! And this is just default scenery. Right, file on 27. Holding the speed very nicely. Now I can just adjust my speed with the little quadrant now on the thrust levers. Good. So it handles really nicely. In roll, I've not flown the 900. It seems a bit sluggish compared to the 800. In pitch, though, I remember this from my test sector. That's not good. That's not good. I'm full down and it's only making very small changes. Now I have destabilised myself on purpose because I wanted to demonstrate the pitch there. Pitch is not good enough there. Right, that was completely my fault. Now they are correct and accurate models. Airspeed's not low, it's above VREF. But yeah, pitch is a bit wonky. It needs tightening up. Again, it's the 900. It might be that it is that different. I haven't flown the 900. I'd be surprised if it's that different with 2.4 metre long aeroplane. Well, the Pappies and glide slope actually look good here in Houston. Bang on.
100.
Oh, in a marker.
50. 40. 30.
Check.
20.
Close.
10.
Ah, nice.
Inbound ILS.
Ooh. Speed brakes up. Reverses. I should make a move up there. That looks nice. There we are. 100 knots. I'll go for the second exit. I don't want to cook the brakes. 80 knots. Whoa! Why have I only got one reverser on still? Ah! Cancel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Houston. We'll take the next exit. Manual braking. There we go. Yeah, so those sort of inputs there I was making there. If you do that in the 800, you'll go straight past your maximum angle attack and straight to a stall. It was very slow here in the PMDG. Again, I've not flown the 900. I'd be surprised if it's. I've just put the gear down and it's put it up. I'd be surprised if it's that different. Right, is he giving way? It would seem he is.
Delta to Romeo Papa, holding for vacating 737.
Oh. Thanks, United 2301, taxi to Stad, thank you. Right, he's giving way for me. That's very kind of him. And, welcome. Well, now taxi on Stad. Right, watch my speed, maximum 10 knots. Yeah, it's okay. I just don't like how the aircraft handles in the, this thrust on here. I just don't like the handling in the, as much in aircraft in this sim. It is very good. I'd give it sort of a 7 out of 10. Sort of the pitch and power settings I'm making a pretty the sort of response I'm expecting. Just in the flare was quite. If I was to compare sort of the flare there, you sort of fine. I was making those big inputs like this, up, down. Not much was changing, but the flare I just went like this, and it was actually quite nice during the flare. But yeah, it's. I think it needs a bit of tweaking. Does the yoke shake with the aircraft stick shake? Actually, no. They didn't go quite to that effort. Right, I've just put up the charts here. So we're going to make a left on to the next taxiway here. No ATC, and we've got a lovely old boy here who said he worked on a particular stand, which is what we're going to take here at Houston. It's going to be hard to find, so we're going to pass the first terminal. Where's the parking stand charts? Is it Charlie 36? We're going to go all the way to the end to Terminal C. And then when we pass Romeo 2, we do actually have some stand markings here. I don't know how accurate they are. We'll try to find Charlie 36. Jet Power 1960, there you are. I'll do my best to fire the stand for you. Remember, this is default scenery, so don't expect anything too spectacular. I mean, they're not bad, the Microsoft Flight Sim default airports, but I think... the default airports that I explained are considerably better, but there are some great airports available. You've got obviously payware ones like the iniBuilds one, which showcasing today and when we fly back, and there's some great freeware ones available as well. So be always sure, just type in Google, see what's available. Right, so we've got here Romeo Bravo. Okay, so this is correct, Romeo Bravo. And then we're going to keep going. I think this is the last concourse here. Or was it over here, Terminal C? Let me just have a look here. Yeah, so over here, we need to go past this bit here. Right, continue to clean up. Flaps are up. Taxi lights are on. Strobes can come off. Probes are off already, or off auto. Excellent. There's still a lot of random follow me cars. And we're going to keep going. So it's quite hard to work out here. Well, is this... Oh, we need to make a right here, guys. There we go. So where's the... There's no taxiway going off in that direction. Oh, it is there. It's on the right there. Now I'm going to do my best to try and locate Charlie 36. In fact, if I turn this off and zoom in... Oh, look at it understeering! I'll do my best to try and find this exact stand. Oh, it's not... It's not modelled here. Right, then I'm going to go back to the airport. It doesn't have all of them, does it? Charlie 36, so it's sort of the first, second... I'll hazard a guess. If it's not 36, it's 35. I think this might be 35. Yeah, that was 36 there. Right, we'll go 35. I hope that's good enough. Right, did I turn the AP on? No! I've got full tiller in, but that's worked out quite nicely. Turn off and taxi lights. We're on Charlie 35. 35. I'm sure you worked on this one as well. You did good. I like it. Oh, talking about bugs. Someone said reverse. Have they fixed that bug? Sorry to scare the Delta here. I just was curious to try something. No! Still does that. That's my favourite bug. Oh, brakes are working. There we go. Right, parking brake is set. There we are. AP starting. Rest of the cleanup's done. I've got a panel state saved for transit and for the replay. Excellent. Probably freaked out the aircraft behind there. And then we're just waiting for the AP. We can shut down one of the engines. APU's available. 1, 2, 2 blues, 1 red. Edges are dead. Seatbelt signs off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. First ever time, Houston, Texas. Transit flow. So voice recorder's on. We'll open the isolation valve. We'll pop on the APU bleed as well. We'll wait for the N2 on engine 1 and 2 to be below 20% before we turn the anti-collision light off. Oh, flight dispatch, was that you there? Sorry. Good old catapult effect. They did that in FSX as well. Below 20%. Anti-collision light could come off. There we go. Oh, oops. No, don't want to start the engine. Anti-collision light is off. There we are. And then we read the transit shutdown checklist. 25 degrees. Look at that. Nice and warm here. Delta's parked next to us as well. Superb. Yeah, it's good. If you want to fly, if you want a 900, this has got to be the best 900 out there. It is longer, isn't it? But yeah, enjoyed that first sector. And what we'll do the replay, and then I'll take a little 10-minute break, and then we'll go back on this stand and do the return sector, and then I'll do a giveaway copy of the Oklahoma scenery. Let's have a little look here at some of the comments on the approach there. Yeah, I should have gone around, obviously, but I wanted to demonstrate the pitch there, which I noticed on the test sector seems to be very unresponsive in pitch there, configured. I've not done that in the real aircraft, but if you were to do that in the Level D sim, yeah, it's quite pitch sensitive. Matthew, don't get me started on Houston. I guess you've been here several times. Hope you're doing well. Tobago, Chief Pilot wants to know your location for that reverse. No, don't tell him. Lucas and Neatrix, brilliant. Jet Power did good. Yes, I found it there. Rip Van, yes, I sort of ignore ground traffic there. You don't land like a typical JAL pilot. What are you on about, Andy? Steve M, nothing wrong with that landing ish. Yeah, we were a bit destabilised on the approach there. Got you on the drone, brilliant. The warm temperature here in the UK, quite cold. It is. There we are. Jay's French 8 months, thank you, buddy. Just in time for the replay before I have to go to sleep. Well, thanks for popping in, buddy. Where are you? Are you much further east than me then, I should think. Thanks for your continued support as a member and for popping in. Good night, and I'll go straight to the replay so you can get yourself to bed as well. Excellent. Let's turn that down here, and I've got a panel state. Actually, you know what? Let me just save this panel state, guys, so it means when I finish messing around with the replay, I can quickly load back in as it was. So let's call this, what was the name of that arrival? Let's call it the Gushy. Save, I'll know exactly which one it is. Saving panel state. Don't forget to disconnect for the replay. Thank you for reminding me about that as well. I will of course be on VATSIM for the second sector. I'm trying to depart around 17:30, might be a bit late. There we are, that's been saved, and now if I go here to panel states again, I did save one for the replay, so I called it... Oh, was it just replay? Hopefully I just called it replay. I think it was that one. Execute. There we are. So it should be all ready to go for the replay now. Engines are starting up. Let me press... oh, I'm still playing the replay now. Stop recording and replay. I think we're in the business. Ignore the configuration for certain things. It's sort of moving around. And whilst that's going on, cue the funky replay music. There we are. Let me just turn off Fly Live as well. Ah, gear warning horns. Get down, gear, get down. I don't know if any of that can be silenced. Let me just get you a bit closer. That is going to be annoying otherwise. Well, it seems to be working minus the gear warning horn. Oh! Why am I getting gear warning horns? So I'm fully configured. Gears down, there should be no gear warning horn. This is awkward. Right, we're just gonna... silence. Right, let's have a look here from the touchdown. Yeah, you know, it handles well. It handles nicely. Pitch just needs to be a bit more responsive, but again, it could be like curves and things. Yeah, I like the 900ER Andrew B. I do like it. I do like it. If you want to fly the 900, it's the one to go for. Well, I think it's the only one to go for. Almost timed it to perfection to the music. Couldn't cancel one of the reverses though, that was a bit random. Yeah, I just don't like the behaviour on the rollout as much. It's okay, it's good. It's okay. ignore the fact the speed brake's out, that's the replay, and the fact I've sort of extended. Where is this livery from? It's the... If you go online, this is the actual livery of November 75435, and it's based on the classic Continental Airlines livery. So you sort of the rudder is sort of very jerky. Beep, beep. It's like left, right, left, right. Sort of a little bit, sort of, how do I describe it? It's jerky in this sim, and I'm saying it jerky, it's not bad, it's perfectly acceptable for the average user, but in the real aircraft it's sort of like, sort of skids a little on the gear, sort of floats a bit more. Here it's very left, right, left, right. I haven't flown the 900, no, only the 800, 700. Yeah, like drone canvas. Oh yes, it is. That looks really good. Little skid sounds. What a view. Nothing yet. There isn't really a sim that simulates shear force behind airliners moving at 140 knots. Well, I'd say X-Plane is better at modelling that. I mean, if you, Matthew, have a look at my last video I recorded, just look at the behaviour of the mod landing and other aircraft as well, and X-Plane, they do sort of, you can sort of just see there, look, the little movements there, it's sort of like very linear in its movement. But it ain't bad, it ain't bad. Right, let me pop you in the wing view, if I can remember how to actually do it. There we go, and yes, I'll let you watch the landing from the perspective of a passenger flying Continental. And don't forget, after the end of this replay, it will be going to a Be Right Back screen, and then I'll have a quick intermission, and then we'll go back onto stand Charlie 35 for the return sector to Oklahoma City. And afterwards, as I said, I'll do a giveaway copy, and I'll show you some other areas of that scenery as well. And I hope you enjoyed the little preview so far, the PMDG 737-900ER. We'll do a bit more of a analysis after getting back into Oklahoma. Yes, like all of the other PMDG variants. Oh, is that the inner marker here going off? But yes, watch the landing here, the rollouts. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes or so. See you shortly, guys. Thanks a lot for that intermission, guys. Just a little break. Oh, just realised I've got to get Fly Live up and running in the background, so bear with me. Not touch the aircraft after the replay, just put it back exactly where we are. Loaded up the panel state we had saved after going to the replay. And we should be all good to go. Let me just reset the flight. Okay, Fly Live data should be updated. There we are. So going to Kilo Oscar Kilo Charlie, perfect. So Jim's going to go do the walk around. First thing I would do is get the ATIS. There is no ATC here in Houston at this time. Local time is excuse me, I'm just refreshing the time. What is local time? 10:53 according to, oh no, that's when the METAR was. It's 11:27, sorry. And the weather is same. Light variable wind 7 statute miles, broken cloud at 2000, 25 degrees, 29 and 9 and 9er. Expect runway 15 left and 15 right for departure. I'm going to plan for runway 15 left if I bring up Navigraph here. So we're going to be taxiing out Romeo Bravo, I guess, out in the middle here, right turn. There we are, 15 left. They're the two departure runways in use at the moment, right now at this airport, and they're landing on the westerlies. So we've got the ATIS. We'll set the runway heading and courses to 149 on the MCP. 149, 149. Flight directors coming on. RTO reset, and I will turn on failures. 10 failures for 10 hours. When we get on the runway, I don't want to have any whilst on stand. Otherwise, we won't be going anywhere. MFRA, we'll set that to 1,100 feet. 1,100 feet. So if I rotate this quickly with my mouse wheel, it does set very quickly, which is good. And we're going to go straight into MCP. We'll reset the clock as well. Perfect. And oh yeah, just let's have a little look at the fuel. So I've got the new flight plan information here, raw information, so it's going to be quicker. We've got a tailwind for the flight back, and we're going to be landing straight in on the northerly runways in Oklahoma. 6.9, there's no events going on. Let's just take standard fuel. Weather's actually quite nice, as I said, in Oklahoma. Wind's strong. Well, no, it's forecast to gust up to 19 knots and from the north, but nothing else there. So standard fuel's fine. 7 tons. So I'm just going to go menu, FS actions, fuel, 7 tons. That's on. The APU's still running. That's fine because it's 25 degrees. I put the APU bleed on and turn the temperatures down. Fueling's done, so seatbelt sign can come on, and we'll take the same amount of passengers, full load, 4 tons of cargo, nice and heavy, 0 fuel weight, 64.5. So that's done. Let's go to the flight plan down here. Welcome back, thank you to Mango. Let's me get my safety gears real quick for the return flight, unbelievable. Andrew B said very early this morning, watched some 737NG driver stream, asking if the 737 feels like it does in real life. He said the same as you, with Microsoft Flight Simulator landings, flares not 100%. That is correct, yes. It's hard to sort of explain, with all sort of not having the experience, just having experienced it. It sort of feels very static, and you said something earlier, Andrew, I just saw here, it feels like you're using a keyboard, sort of, yeah, it's like all or nothing with the rudder. It's quite hard to be smooth. Again, you can finite and play with the settings. I really do not know what I'm doing when it comes to that. A lot of people ask me for my settings. I'm sort of like, well, you know, it's I fiddle with this here and there, and I can't really tell much difference when I've changed it. For me, I do get a much more positive handling experience. Look at me go for alpaca. It's a good job I didn't put gel there. It's a good job. Yeah, I could have actually screwed that up. What was I? I can't even remember what I was saying. I get a far more satisfactory experience from handling aircraft in X-Plane than I do in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Having said that, and I've said it so many times, you'll get a better overall experience in this sim, I feel, with everything the sim has to offer. So, we're now United 2302. We're going to depart off 15 left. And the SID is a stick 8. Stick 8. And via Doley. There we are. Doley transition. So that's in after Doley. It's going to be direct to Zema. And from Zema, it's a Tuzdel 3. Tuzdel 3. 35 right, apparently. ILS 35 right. It's a Zema transition. probably not that transition. That looks like it's a VOR transition. So let's just join the dots up here. Activate. Step through this here. Ooh, what have we done there? Oh, there's another vector SID. That's fine. It's a vector SID, so I can just update it to B-By Slater, Spicer Wheels, Stick Dolly, Zemma Fidget, Tisdil. Oh, they are easy here. Straight in, look on the 3-5 right. Perfect, that's executed. UTC 048 64.5 UTC. Oh, I'm doing an instrument cross check already. 048 64.5 reserves. That's muscle memory, because at my operator, once we've executed the route and checked it, we go straight into the instrument cross check. That is amazing how your brain is sort of set up to do a certain thing. We're now going straight into actually loading the FMS here. 3.4 cost index. Actually, I'm going to crank it up to... No, we'll use 30 still. It was only because that star had 280 knot restrictions. Flight level is going to be a tad high. I think 320 on the way back. 320. Top climb wind 237 at 85. Yeah, we've got 280 knot restrictions. So what I'm just going to do here, I was on the descent page. We'll plan 280 knots for descent just to stop those warnings. Average wind is 236 at 81. To get out of plan mode, so I have the route data option. I've only got one waypoint in between top of climb and top of descent. The average wind is 236 at 81. That's in. Top of climb temperature. Very short cruise segment here. It's minus 41. So, sort of, you know, we were talking about thrust earlier. What I'm going to do is go 24k. I couldn't really remember on our last take, because I was busy. Let's see, with full 24k, the lowest thrust setting for the 900, what rate of climb we get. I'd expect this gross weight. If I was to do 24k weighing, what is it, 70 odd tons. Probably do 15, 16 degrees pitch up. We'll see what we get here in the 900 in the PMDG. Flat 5, trim, still the same as the first sector, 5.1 units. Rams just landed by Alpaca. Unfortunately, I won't be able to join you on the return flight, but have fun. Well, thank you very much for joining in on the first sector. Appreciate it. Oh, where's the view for trim? 5.1. Well, 5.1's fine. V-speed's 48, 49, 56. 56 on the MCP. Perfect. Performance of the FMC's all loaded up. This is all set correctly. IDG's good, and that's all set as well. Voice recorder's on, AP bleed's already on, and the APU. 320, what was the elevation over in Will Rogers? 1300 feet, so 1300 feet is set. Flight director's on. Let's have a little look at our SID here. So as mentioned, taxi, going to taxi out to runway 15 left, there's no ATC, and then the departure. We'll just hide this here. It says for us, departing off 15 left, 15 right, climb on heading 149 to 600 feet, and then vectors to Bice. Top altitude initially 16,000, so we'll set that on the MCP. Imagine we have our clearance. And for us then, I think to get to Bice, we'll make a right turn. Well, actually, where would they send us? Left to be over the airport? I don't. There's no ATC, guys. So I'll make a right turn, sort of stay away from the airport, climb that area, and then we'll go towards Bice, and then onwards towards Stick, and then Dolly, the transition. That's it, nice and simple. That's done. APU is up and running. We'll call for pushback and go. Perfect. So we'll get out the cul-de-sac. This is just remember very basic Houston scenery. And request. Where is he? No audio, no tug. Gosh, oh, look at how many people are in this little cul-de-sac. This whole airport. Well, where's the tug man gone? Should I just release parking brake? No. Something's gone wrong. That's correct. A right turn out off 15 left. Thanks, Jet Power. I don't know why I'm not getting any pushback though. Cancel? Is it not like having multiple pushbacks? I wonder. Oh, no ground power, packs off, anti-collision lights on, parking brake is set for now, transponder out off. If you're still on the same flight, complete pushback and start again. Let me just do it manually. Oh! That's one way of doing it. Right, this actually works out quite well. Right, what I'm going to do, I don't want to block everyone here, so I might just make it a short push. Ground cruise on the lunch break with an invisible ghost pushing us out, starting engine number 2. And 2. Nice sounds. Sounds good. What's if I correct? What's the tug speed? Whee! 8 knots! If I was being pushed back at 8 knots, I'd be concerned. Max motoring there, whoops. Starting engine number 2. Yeah, we get a nice bit of bass there. It's an awesome livery, isn't it? So I'm going to make it a long push just to keep the other stands free. It's probably unrealistic. It works. It actually turns the nose wheel as well, which is pretty cool. Oh, this is... No, that. Right, starting engine number 1, and we'll set parking brake. You know what, it's actually a really nice little tool if you're having problems with like the main pushback, just using that. We'll get rid of that. Actually, I hope that's all disabled properly. And 2. Nice pushback. Yeah, I think it's all disabled. Good, so oil pressure in 1, 25%. Spar valve, dim, bright and off. Rear passengers are pulling 10G and pushback, brilliant. Thanks for all the tutorials, mate. Learn a lot. You're welcome, Stu Crompton. I hope you enjoyed my most recent ones as well. ONF, this is the best way to stay on the ground, pushback all the way to the threshold. You get there quickly with 8 knot pushback. So there's the Delta. He's been with us the whole sector. So starter cut out, monitoring 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, 1, stable. So I'm going to keep an eye out for some busy VATSIM events, guys, because one of the most requested ones on my recent poll was Felis 747-200 to a VATSIM overload event. So I am keeping my eye out for those, but I am going to be extremely busy in March. Full forward, full back, left and right. And full right and a full left. Recall, blank below it, DU, and then we'd read the before taxi checklist. There we are. So we'll tell traffic where we are taxiing. Try our best to tell them where we're taxiing, at least. Right, that's that. Houston traffic, United 2302, taxiing Holland point 15 left. Well, that doesn't really matter where I tell them where we're going. Right. Parking brakes released, config checked. 45%, yeah. You need to slow that down. But I think they said, I think that's been answered in the forum. Someone sent me an email saying we asked that in the forum, and I think they got a bit of abuse first. And then they said no, there's a limitation in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Would you use trim on the way down the glide slope, said Feral Demon. Yeah, you use trim at all phases to make sure the aircraft is in balance, so you don't have to make any continuous input on the elevator. But yeah, there you go. Look, I've got full on the tiller. You see it's sort of understeering. The way it's rotating would suggest it's going the correct speed, so look, I'm going to miss the line completely. That's what it would be like if you were taxiing on a frozen lake. I've actually completely missed the taxi I want to be on. So yeah, it's not. I've got full right, and you can even see on the tiller that it's showing full right down here. That's as far as the real tiller goes, and the turn radius is about twice as much as it would be. I am trying to go this way, and I'm not doing this on purpose. 5-6 knots, you should be able to go full left or right tiller. If it's dry, it will grip. What ATPL license should you sounds. Oh, Mo, I think you're just asking what license I hold. I have a full ATPL. I have to since I had 1,500 hours a long time ago. And he also said, would you recommend doing dual UK and EASA licensing in the UK? Hard to answer, Mo. I'm not in the knowledge of what's needed now. Since Brexit, if you want to work for a UK airline or a UK, where they have an AOC in the UK, you want to get the UK license. I have. Well, I don't give too much away, but I have both EASA and a UK license because I'm based in the UK, and Brexit's the reason for that. So I have dual, and I was very thankful to have both, because if I didn't have a UK license before or at least applied for a UK license prior to the 31st of December last year, you'd have to have done the full ATPL exams again. But thankfully I could get it converted. Flight dispatch. Yeah, it's the tillers a bit. The steering is not right, but it was actually quite good. It was quite good in the PMDG. It always was a bit funky in many ways, but it worked. But now it's, I don't know what they've changed. Something's certainly changed. If you're doing more than 6 knots, you can't turn. But yeah, look, that's what I mean. It's sort of like left, right, and I'm using. Some people were saying, oh, is it because you got your tiller there? I'm just making really small inputs, so you can see that tiller's hardly moving, but it's just very all or nothing. Anyway, taxiing on Romeo Bravo. We'll take the next right Whiskey Echo. We're just going to make our way to 15 left. So let's do before takeoff checklist. Config we checked. Flaps we have 5 green lights. Stab trim 5.1 units set. Let's make this turn here. Pack sorted bleeds on. V speed set 48, 49, 156 on the MCP, and the departure. Hold on, I'm going to brake here because look, I'm going to go off. Oh, brake. Is it the brakes as well? I can't modulate the brakes. Like the brakes are all or nothing either. I do find it. So if I. So if you're going less than a knot, you will get your steep turn, but it should be able to do that up to 4 or 5 knots, no problem. There we go. The departure, sorry, we're flying the Stick 8 SID, climbing on runway heading, and 600 feet, going to get eventually vectors towards Bice, but there's no ATC on at the moment. And then once we get to Bice, it's just on the transition there. NADP2, so we'll bug up at 1,000 feet. Any problems straight ahead to MSA 4000. Reviewed. Cabin secure. Yeah, brakes. Maybe Steve M. It's my settings, because I can't remember what I've got the settings in Microsoft Flight Simulator for brakes. Maybe it's like brake maximum or something. I need to change it. Thanks for subscribing there, Nicholas Carpenter. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for your support. 15 left's just here on the left as well. So yeah, we'll revisit Houston. Hopefully there'll be some better scenery at some point, and maybe a VATSIM event as well. I'll hand fly this SID as well. There's no ATC, so we'll have a nice bit of hand flying. See what happens. I just want to see what the flight director's command initially. Bear in mind, we're not super heavy for a 900. We've got full 24k. We'll take the next left here. This is Whiskey Victor, not quite full length. So that's full left there, and we're doing 9 knots, and I'm going to have to slow down even more. And I'm now doing 6 knots, and it's that's full left. Full left. I just cannot steer this thing all over the place. But it's just like the wheels sort of spinning quicker than it should as well. Houston traffic, United 2302, taking off runway 15, left fire, Whiskey Victor. Actually, credit to default Microsoft Flight Sim scenery. Look, you see Whiskey Victor here. They do have the correct signage. Sometimes the signage at the default airports is completely wrong, but it actually looks quite good here. Perfect. Right. Takes a chance. We'll do a rolling takeoff again as well, just because of the inability to steer properly. Oh, I better do the checks below the line. Oh, failures as well. All right, we'll do a proper lineup. Shouldn't be anyone landing on this runway. So to spruce it up, I will turn on failures, not to the amounts that we had on the specific dedicated failure stream. I'll turn on 10 failures in 10 hours, so we should have at least one on this sector. At least one. Ugh, steering, I do not like it. Right, we'll just do a bit of a mega rolling takeoff. Right, I've got a little bit left to there. So PMDG setup, aircraft, failures, all systems, random, yes. I'm going to put 12 failures in 10 hours. There you go. So we should have at least one. Limited events, no. Execute. Right, there you go. We should have at least a failure. All right. Toga's in chat. Let's go. Ah, there's my laps time. There we are. Stabilised. Set takeoff thrust. There we are. 95.4 takeoff thrust. Set indications normal. Checked, release forward pressure. Yes. Like the rudder is very twitchy. If I let go completely, it just holds the centre beautifully. Up we go. A little back pressure needed. There's no dead band.
Positive rate of climb.
Gears coming up. There we go. Actually, flight director is pretty much spot on. That's where it should be. 15 degrees. Sometimes it's a little bit higher, but there you go. Very, very nice. Alright, LNAV, we're going to make a right turn now. There's the speed trim system doing its thing. We'll bug up as well. I'm ignoring the roll, because I would have gotten pilot monitoring to have updated the lateral routing. That's completely my fault. Maximum 30 degrees for all lineups. Execute. So that roll, flight director should be coming around now. There he goes, flap 1. It handles very nicely. And obviously, you know, some stiff competition comparing it to the real thing, but it is, you know, it's very, very nice. The general handling's good. Pitch. I really like that increase of G in the. See if I increase the back pressure. Look at the stall speed increase. Really nice. So now we're at the up speed. It should be pitching up to maintain the up speed anytime soon, hopefully. Flaps are up, no lights. VNAV. That'll accelerate to 250 with VNAV speed. It seems to be working now. Obviously there were issues on that last departure. So the flight director is going to lower to around probably 6-7 degrees, get the aircraft to accelerate to 250. Very nice. Now won't come back. So you see it's overshot that magenta line. That is completely normal. We've tried to get the aircraft to do it at a slower speed, so the magenta line, the radius is quite thin. That's why we've overshot it slightly. That's just like in the real aircraft though. That's really good. Nicely in trim. The thing, trim though in this aircraft, I haven't had to trim it once manually. Right, at 200 knots I didn't trim it, and it was in trim. At 250 knots now, look, it's perfectly in trim. It's like this aircraft, when you accelerate, decelerate, you really need to keep it in trim, otherwise the controls get very heavy, or you have to continuously make a back or a down pressure on the control column to keep the aircraft where you want it to. I didn't trim it once there from the clean to 250. Otherwise, it's handling very nicely. So it's perfectly in trim now, you let go. So make sure if you want to get the autopilot on the 7.3, look, no input on the control column on the flying directors, it'll go in every time. Command A, after takeoff checklist. So, gears off, water brakes off, start switches off, retracts, taxi, air conditioning and pressurisation 2.8, exactly where I'd expect it to be. Set, release the crew, have to take off, checklist complete. There we are, so we have got failures on if you've just tuned in. Failure 12 within a 10-hour period. This is a 1-hour flight, so we should technically get at least one failure. Yeah, nice departure. Imagine you got an engine failure at VR. Could have happened. Yeah, I need to keep an eye out for busy VATSIM events. And there we are. And now overhead, B-Buy, Spice, Spicer, Spicker, don't know, Willis, Stick, Doley, on our way. Now passing 10,000 for 16,000, pre-cruise checks coming in. Fuel, 6.2 on board. It's got a slight difference, 20 kilos, that would have been the AP on the ground. Around with 4.1. Lights, logo, APU's off, pressurization 4.0 and set. Move the passengers, recall. There we are, checks complete. ETA is 6:42. Then we land, get on stand, hopefully no massive failures, and we'll have a look at the Will Rogers scenery, and then we'll run the giveaway from iniBuilds for the Oklahoma City scenery as well. As our final cruise level set anyway, no ATC. Oh. I've just realised I've been disconnected from VATSIM, network error, end receive failure. Don't know what happened there, I'll just reconnect. There, back on now. Perfect, that's better. So top climb, top of descent. Only a little level segment there. Oh, stream hiccuped. Oh, could have been an issue my side, guys. You must have Comcast. No, I've got usually good internet, but no, everything's nothing. Usually, if I have an internet issue, it pings up on the pings up on something there. But yeah, maybe it was issue my side. But I had no VATSIM. Usually comes up with a Microsoft Flight Sim message as well. You disconnected from the server. 1:44p. It's all fuzzy. Ugh. It should be streaming at 1080 and 60 FPS. Still slightly laggy. Oh, 100% stream quality here. Excellent connection, it says. So refresh your stream if you're having issues. Two hours and two called. They want their internet back. Unbelievable. Classic. Who remembers that? Crappy in-flight Wi-Fi. So Rooney's going to take us directly overhead Dallas Fort Worth again, isn't it? Oh, those slow feather west now. Yeah, dial up. Oh, I remember that. You download something from the old AvSim website or something like that. What was it called? The old AvSim download site. You download an aircraft for FS 2004 and it'll be like a 70 megabyte file and it'll take like 3 hours. And John, I remember that, but then I also remember before that was even possible. Mum, get off the phone, I'm downloading an image. A classic. What were you downloading, Skype? Crazy how technology is advanced, isn't it? 8 point, do you prefer the Zebo 737 or PMDG 737? Really depends what you want to get out your sim. For me, everyone else is every other stream. For me, if you want something that handles, even in X-Plane 12, there's been big strides and improvements in the flight model. And I just did the members group flights, and there were issues with VNAV and a few other things, but it handled really nicely. In takeoff and landing now, it's improved significantly, and just the dynamics in X-Plane 12. I had to hand fly in the takeoff and landing, which is probably the most enjoyable phase of flying. I get more enjoyment flying the mods. I think the PMDG offers a better overall package. I think they have workarounds to make it work in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but whatever it does, it works. We flew the approach there, VNAV. The VNAV is very, very good in descent in the PMDG. The sort of last 6,000 feet on the approach profile goes a bit funky. It seems to put you low, very shallow profiles and things like that. Again, it could be a different VNAV logic. I'm not so sure. I'll say it now. Right now, as of today, comparing the Zebra 1 and X-Plane 12 and the PMDG 737, I think the PMDG will offer you a better overall 737 experience with the modelling of various different systems. Picture power is very good. Having said that, I my last video I recorded and uploaded in X-Plane 12, the Tobii eye tracker eye tracking tutorial, which was requested by quite a few people. I went to record that in the PMDG 737, and as soon as I turned the flight director, started hand flying, I just could not fly the airplane straight and level. It was up, down, left, right. I talked about takeoff there and trim. From 200 knots to 250 knots, I didn't have to trim the airplane. And when I started recording a tour, if I took my eye off the attitude for 1 second, the next thing I looked, I was doing 2,500 feet per minute, and it was like, I found it really difficult to fly the PMDG raw data with the Tobii eye tracker enabled and the eye tracking blob. It was like there was a lot going on. I switched to the Zebo mod and it just flew predictably. And when I say predictably, it flew how a 737 flies. So it's how I just they're both best. You're going to get the best overall package with this one in Microsoft Flight Simulator. JSV, that's really weird. My PMDG 737-900 doesn't have those handling problems you've shown in the video. I checked to see if you have any weird control curves or reinstall. I checked all of those GMV. They are default ones. I've fiddled with them. When you say you don't have handling problems, how do you mean? Like on whilst taxiing? I mean, when I say handling problems, there aren't really any significant problems. The general handling is quite good. I think there needs to be a little bit more pitch authority. Pitch authority seems to be lacking, as I demonstrated on the ILS approach there. But taxiing around, if I'm doing more than 4 or 5 knots, I can't turn, and it would seem that everyone else in chats had similar issues too. Thompson Spotter, hey boss. No hate at all, but why do you prefer not stating your airline in real life? How's everything evening? That's quite a common question, Thompson Spotter. When I started this channel about 6 years ago, I wrote to both the head of training and also the head of sort of HR at my operator, just proposed the idea, and they're really supportive. They said that sounds really cool, and best of luck with your venture. And they never said that I couldn't state who I work for. That's actually a personal choice, and when I wrote to them I said I wished to remain anonymous, and the reason is primarily, let's say you call a flight with my operator and let's say something happened or you didn't like the experience. I don't want you starting messaging me, hey, I flew here, what do you think about this and that? That puts me under pressure. So if anyone asks or directs questions in that way, I just stay clear of the topic. It's just far easier to me to run the channel anonymously and to remain anonymous myself. What's really cool about the channel is when I was invited to Seattle by Microsoft to the global preview event, I wrote to my operator, said, look, I've been invited to this event here on these days, could you change my annual leave? And they were like, yeah, that sounds really cool, I hope you have a great time and hope it helps your channel. I was like, that's really cool. So yeah, I just got to let it not affect my duty, rest, or any time like that. So I just managing the channel as I do, Very, very lucky to have an operator that sort of has that sort of freedom. Anyway, yes, there was a weather update. I just looked at the corner of my eye and I saw a massive swing there. I have got failures on, 12 failures in 10 hours. Looks like so far everything's hunky-dory. We're climbing away. EGT N1's as we'd expect it to be. There's no master cautions. Fuel's balanced. We'll just carry on going. Corner page, yeah, I don't use my real name on anything on the internet, same as me. In this day and age especially, which is one of the reasons I don't go anywhere near the PMDG forums. You know, if they want you to use your real name, fine. But, you know, I have fictitious names or usernames for all my profiles. I'm not trying to hide anything. I just don't wish to state that I don't want people looking it up. I believe you me, I've had people poke and probe and all sorts of emails in my time running this. And, yeah, it's just like, oh, okay. You just got to go from there. Yeah, my actual name is Flight Deck 2 Sim. I've got a special permission to have my number in my forename. Hi Fezzy, hello Skipper. First time in a while, and I've managed to stream. Been very busy. Flew out to New York on Lufthansa 747-400. I'm back on the A340-600 before they get retired. Preferred the A340. You, I beg your pardon. Yeah, the A340-600. That's a super long, stretched version, isn't it? Well, that's the one the toeless version, isn't it? Pete Mitchell, isn't that the guy from EastEnders? Captain Alpaca, go with that. Jack, wow, you revealed my name instantly. Yeah, well, maybe his real name isn't Jack. Maybe it's something like Terminator or something. That's his gang name. Stu, how long have you been flying professionally and how many hours have you logged? Let's have a look at my logbook. Well, should we see exactly how many hours I have without revealing too much of my identity? I don't know if I can show it without revealing any more information. No, that's okay. I can show you this. Let me turn on drone cam. Oh, not drone cam. Yoga cam. I hope I don't get any personal text messages come up during this. This is my logbook as of today. I can't even see what that says. I've done 2,394 flights, 5,700 hours, 1,156 hours. That's when I was an SFI. I logged all my sim hours. So total including the two, 6,874. That's my electronic logbook from MCC Pilot Log. Other electronic logbooks are available. Has Centre contacted you? Yes, they have been trying to contact me. Thank you. They tried to contact me 1 minute ago. And I just realised VPilot's muted. Whoops, let me try and contact them now. Oh, same frequency as before.
Squawk 2576 ident, Delta 3 Papa Quebec.
And Delta 3 Papa Quebec, you are radar contact 11 miles
Same guys
north of the
over there.
Leona VOR. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Forward Centre, good morning. It's United 2302, climbing flight level 320, inbound Doley.
United 2302, squawk 4050 and ident.
4050 with ident, United 2302. I like using United call sign, it's cool. 4050. Huh. That's fiddly. Ident, that actually works, the ident button. Perfect.
And United 2302, your radar contact 38 miles south of the Cedar Creek VOR. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, United 2302. Yeah, its controller sounds great. Have you ever flown the 900 in real life? I haven't. License to fly. There we are, 320 in our cruise. Top descent is only 130 miles away. When I do 2-sector streams, I love these sort of distances and flight times. Just about an hour 15. It's just the right time because it gives me a little 10-minute break in the cruise, have a little chat, catch up. Anything longer and for 2 sectors is sort of a plus 4 hour stream. That's sort of 3.5, 4 hours a sweet spot for 2 sectors. James said, imagine being a 10 out of 10 girl. She's like, oh, cute dog, what's his name? You have to say. Terminator. That's amazing. Don't have any soundboards for that, I don't think, do I? No, I'm gonna get a royalty. I'm gonna get a copyright strike if I play that. We do an event in the Philippines, potentially Jet Power 1960. I don't think I've seen any events in the Philippines off and on VATSIM. Daniel B, you still want a 2-sector Concorde stream? Okay, yeah, I think I do need to wheel out Concorde. It's been a while, hasn't it? The last Concorde stream we did was into Leeds, Bradford, of all places. Yeah, we'll have a look at that. I have actually purchased the Exploit 12 update, so I haven't got round to being able to stream it. Perfect. Oi oi, Leeds Bradford, been there a few times. Flight Dispatcher 320. Hello, KFC Turbo. Hello, Flight Sim. Why do you change the bank limit to 10 degrees? Is that an SOP? Yes, at my airline we select 10 degrees. In LNAV, there is angular bank protection, so it won't roll excessively, because if you have an excessive roll, we're obviously way below our optimum cruise level here. We could be up at 370, you know, 36, and your minimum manoeuvre margin increases at climb, so the speed at which or your low speed buffet and high speed buffet, the speeds at which that can occur narrows, and if you increase your angular bank, you need to increase back pressure and G loading to maintain your altitude. And what could happen is your certain parts of the airflow of the wing can exceed Mach 1. It's called Mach buffet, and that's why we limit the bank angle in heading select. So if I was to go heading and instead of heading, it won't go more than 10 degrees. So it's just to avoid this sort of higher G loading and exceeding. You know, if you're flying higher Mach numbers, you could get this airflow going supersonic over the wing.
And Delta 360, unfortunately, I can't control the whole United States, but you're leaving the airspace to the west. Albuquerque Center's offline radar service terminated. Change to advisory approved. See you, bud.
How unfortunate. We'll go ahead and switch over to Uniconf Delta 360. We'll see you. Thanks for the awesome service.
Usually when you're less than 50 passengers, you can't often get up that high. Anyway, do excuse my lack of geographical knowledge as we approach Doley here. Of the United States, but coming up to Dallas, right over the top of Dallas, should be on the horizon. Yeah, going quite a way into the central United States. I think there's a number of flights from Oklahoma to Oklahoma to Houston, sorry, a week. Let's have a little look outside. I haven't done enough external views today. Turn the sim down. There we go. Perfect. I need to see your house from there, really? You've run this neck of the woods. Perfect. Snaz MC, when you were passing 10,000 feet, you reset 1,100 feet on the barrow. What was that? So, yeah, it doesn't typically happen at 10,000. It was just coincidental that happened. That was the height that was bugged there, was what we call the MFRA, minimum flat retraction altitude. That's the height at which we accelerate in the event of an engine failure. And just cleared it because don't need it anymore. And that's usually done. There's no time or point at which it's stipulated that you have to reset it. Just do it sometime after the after takeoff checklist. Oh, Daniel B, yes, I remember that stream to Tromsø. You took the Concorde. Was it Echo Nova Tango Charlie? I remember seeing it. Andrew B, XP72 did a live stream shut down a few weeks ago because sharing a Red Bull F1 car around Buttress? I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Carl, say hi to my fam as you fly over my birth town in Central Texas. Kilo Juliet Whiskey Yankee on your ND about 40 miles to 11 o'clock and was my hometown municipal airport. Where was that? I don't know if it comes up there. Oh, there we are, look. Kilo Juliet Whiskey Yankee. It's going to be over there to the left, look. I'm waving. There's the lakes there, over there somewhere. Hello. back into the business end because we do have failures on here, but we do seem to be not attracting them at the moment. And we have 85 miles to top descent, so we actually best start getting things set up here. So expecting to be landing north. Let me just have a look at the D-ATIS here at Oklahoma City. There's quite a brisk wind from the north. 350 at 15 gusting 22. So quite windy. Let's see how the PMDG handles that. -1, so it has warmed up since we left. 3027 is the pressure setting.
Visual approach runway 34.
Visual approach 34, 520.
So preset that here, 3027.
November 57520.
You can set that in the FMS in the PMDG, but it doesn't seem to use the information every time you set the altimeter. VNAV profile jumps regardless. So that's in there. Let's get the winds in.
520, that was 360.
A firm.
Roger that, 520.
Yeah, raw. Loads of NOTAMs.
And 520, just you're headed to Waco or Abilene?
Waco for 520.
520, I apologize. I thought you were headed somewhere else. Fly heading 270. I'll have vectors for final.
270, and then wait vectors for final 520. Thanks.
This controller seems really chirpy. I like it.
And Cessna 520. Winds are 040 at 19 or so. Do you
looking
have
at the ATIS, they're landing 35 left and 35 right.
Stand by 520.
So I don't know if there's any experts here for Oklahoma. We departed 35 right. Should we go 35 left? And then we'll get to see a little bit more of the airport. Yeah, we've got to show you here afterwards. They've got this prison here with air bridges on there.
Runway 1.
What is the main landing runway here?
520, Roger. Did you want vectors to final, or did you want to begin that from a waypoint?
I'd like to begin that from Sati 520.
Don't know which one to go for. Let's go. Which one's? They're both the same length. Let's go for 35 right. That's the one we departed from. And we're sort of coming in from that
3000, cleared
direction. How do I do the overlay? Yeah, we'll go 35
Cross Daddy
right.
above 3000, cleared for the RNAV 1 approach.
And 520, that's cross Sati at and
GPS
maintain
approaches.
3000.
At maintain 3000, my apologies, 520.
So let's just check this routing then. Zema 28190 above checks.
Because if I say at or above,
280
that
17
means
to
you
10.
could be anywhere from 3000 to the very high out the space center, you know what I mean?
Understood, 520, thanks.
I think that's the first ever time I've seen a controller just take the time to make sure that the pilot understands the message. That's really nice to hear.
Heading 270.
No offence to some VATSIM controllers, the vast majority I've ever experienced have been very, very proactive, very helpful. Occasionally I do hear some ones who can be a little condescending, sort of like, you know, just like you should know that. Got to sometimes remember, guys flying online have zero flying experience. They do require you on VATSIM to at least be proficient to being able to maintain altitude heading in your simulated aircraft. But that was really nice to hear, just to have a double check that. I think that's what I heard anyway. You know it's going to be 35 left now. I know, Taylor. Anyway, Tisdall 15 to 10,000, 250 knots. Wayman, doesn't really matter. Look, we could just change the arrival point, but we're going to go for 35 right. Expect an RNAV approach. Okay, well, we'll plan for the RNAV, and that way we can properly check the approach there. So yeah, we've done ILS already today, haven't we? Let's do RNAV. Ooh, RNAV Zulu looks funky. Let's do RNAV Zulu. Let's see how the aircraft behaves. So unpin the ILS. We'll request RNAV Zulu. Let me just reselect it in the FMC. RNAV Zulu 35 right via Hoodell. I'll just check that star there. Via away. Do we have via Croppy? Ah, what have I done? On Zulu 35 right. We've got, oh my goodness, every transition going except the ones I'm looking for. Hoodle, Crope. Nutri, here we go. Crope. I want the Crope transition. Ah, where is it? It's really complicated. Just seeing where I'm coming in from. Sort of, we terminate directly to the south of it. So let's do one on the extended centre line. Let's do Jacksby. Just check. And we said we're going to do a Tustil 3. Oh, so many transitions via Zebra. Right, that's going to be a mess, I fear. Yeah, let's do the RNAV. Okay, so Crope. Aha, that's what I want to say. Crope, and then after Crope, Cares. There we are. Fixed it. Crope, Cares, Carly, RNAV, straight in. And we've got a glide path now, 2.9. I bet it's 3 degrees here. Now, this is something I've noticed in the PMDG. It sometimes builds its own glide path. 2.9, it has, technically, it should match this to fly this approach. It's 3 degrees. It says 2.9, I don't know why. We'll see how it gets on. Anyway, we're happy with that arrival then. We got all the way to Crope, 210, 4,000 feet above checks in the FMS. Onto the RNAV approach then for runway 35 right. I'm going to tune Will Rogers VOR 14.1. I presume we've had no failures.
FedEx 614, I apologize, sir. Flight heading 010.
No, nothing at all. All seems okay. So RNAV 356 the courses.
FedEx 614, I apologize, sir. I had another controller that was asking for a solution to a problem, and I didn't see you pass the localizer. I apologize.
Oh, not a problem, boss. FedEx 614.
356 courses, minimums Carly 2,300 feet. The minimums RMP. Ooh, so these are. This are authorization required. RMP 0.16 very low, but we'll fly anyway. 1570.
United 2302 at
these charts are
the Tisdale free arrival. Dallas, correction, Oak City.
Jefferson charts. I haven't seen Jefferson charts for years. We use something called NavBlue. It's an Airbus company. We use their charts, which I do prefer. 1570 then 276. RMP 0.1. Ah, there we are. So I'm actually going to set the RMP for here because that's my operator. We use RMP 0.3. So
United 2302.
Slightly higher minimums, but there's no issue today with the visibility. So was that for me? Sorry, United 2302. Go ahead.
United 2302 at pilot's discretion descend via the Tisdale tree arrival. Dallas, correction, Oak City altimeter 3027 landing north.
When ready, descend on the Tisdale 3 arrival and altimeter 3027 landing north, United 2302. Thanks, guys.
Delta 3 Papa Quebec, descend via the Tisdale 3 arrival. Oak City landing north, altimeter 3027.
So first restrictions 190, all set.
10 by the Tisdale 3 arrival and the QNH 3027.
Set. So going back to the RNAV approach, we'll fly in LNAV VNAV. Final approach point is Carly, 2,300 feet. Just make sure we got that as a hard altitude. Carly. Set a 3-degree path. PMDG says 2.9 to the runway. Don't know why that differs there. So we'll just fire that there. We've got plenty of visibility today. No issues down to our minimum 1674.
Okay, FedEx 614, I apologize, sir. Flight heading 270, I'll vectors back around for final.
Perfect. MSA 4,000 all around.
I'm sorry, what was that heading again?
Set the missed approach at 1,000 feet AGL, climb 5,000. Straight ahead to RTEC to hold. Yeah, so my operator, we couldn't fly this. Authorization required. Maybe I should have checked the other one. But we'll imagine that United have authorization. And we set the minimum.
581, runway 35 right, taxi via Gulf.
Straight
Echo.
in, yeah, I'll leave it exit as a DA. Add 40 feet. I feel like I'm forgetting something. What have I forgotten? Oh yeah, runway fixed wings, that was it. So we'll configure at 10 miles, flap 1, latest. We'll plan flap 30, gear down flap 15 at 4 miles. Minimums are set, that's it. Landing performance then, 3-5 right. We've got a nice long runway, 3,000 metres almost. We'll just take the first left, probably Golf. And then we'll try to finish where we started, stud 22. Golf should be fine. We'll go flat 40. I want to see what flat 40 is like. 300 kilos to burn, 68.6. Obviously that's fine for the 900. That's above the max landing weight for the 800. Flat 40 we said, order brake 3. We'll go max reverse, vacated echo. And look at that for timing. Top of descent. We're on our way down. Has there been any failures yet? None that I'm aware of. Push recall. Fuel's fine. 4.3 tons. Top of descent.
FedEx 614, fly heading 180.
Strong crosswind. Look at that. I've got a long fixed ring going here. What have I done here? /10/4. But I've got a massive green dashed line here. Oh, I know why. I've got this. It's an option on for the VOR, isn't it? Where it shows you the radial course. Or not. I'll turn VOR off and that'll get hopefully rid of that green dash line, or not. Don't like that. I think that's a Boeing option. I can't remember what it is in the settings, but if you've got a VOR tuned, you get the green dash line. So I'm just going to detune it. We don't need it technically. 14.2. Hopefully that will get rid of the green dash line. Yes, it will. Perfect. Why does this approach require authorization? Because of probably the lower RMP requirements there, Taylor. Because it isn't technically too bad. Yeah, that's it, Lucas. Thank you. Course lines. Yeah, we don't have that on ours. Because I installed this United livery, I think it's set up as per United's 737s, so I had to make a lot of adjustments. So 900's been extended, but whereabouts was it actually being extended? It's got to be there. Is it the front? Basically, I think they just add an extra section, don't they? Whereas the 700, 600, they chop a bit out. But yeah, again, it's behaving as it should, descending quite nicely. Doing about 280 knots. 280 knots, we should be doing around 2,200 feet per minute, which is what the aircraft's doing.
Fly heading 090.
Very nice.
090, FedEx 14.
And there's all at or above restrictions until the FAF, so VNAV should put us on a nice profile here. And I have done some non-precision approaches using LNAV and VNAV, and it's done a reasonable job in the PMDG. You watch, engine's going to fail now. Kieran, these new winglets make any difference to handling? I think a major airline's just made a big investment in them. No, I don't think that they save fuel, but there's no change to procedures, no change to the way you handle the aircraft. I don't even think there's any change to the basic weights. They just have to reinforce the wing. Saman, there's a good I know the very video you're talking about. There's a good video on YouTube by a Boeing test pilot in the 900 where the window opens on takeoff and they explain it's safer to continue than attempt a high-speed RTO. Very interesting. 100% correct. If you have the window open above 80 knots, it's very alarming. I've never had this happen to me, but I know of the video you're talking about. It would be very alarming. Wind rushing in, and everything there, but it is 100% safer to continue to take off. You can rotate as normal, nothing scary is going to happen. It'll be very loud, very windy, and then once you're safely in trim, you can hand over control to your colleague, close the window. Once you get above 80 knots, the risks involved with a rejected takeoff increase exponentially with your speed. We talked about being field length limited earlier. If you're rejecting at V1, you're using every metre of runway left.
Clear visual approach runway 36 left.
So, and also, don't forget at high speeds, you know, you're going to be stopping with max braking, so these brakes are not going to be able to cool down for at least an hour. My operator, if you do a high-speed RTO above 80 knots, you cannot be dispatched until you've been released by maintenance control. They have to inspect the aircraft first. I've only ever done one RTO. It was low speed. It was very undramatic. We basically hadn't even set 40%. Started setting 40%, and the light came on. It was for the rear door. The latch wasn't quite down. So it was like, oh yeah, so it wasn't really an RTO. I've never done a high speed. High speed, very important that you only do it for the reasons stipulated in the FCTM.
Southwest 531,
so, engine fire, any engine failure, a predictive wind shear warning, or by the assessment of the captain, the aircraft is unsafe or unable to fly, which is very subjective. For example, an airspeed unreliable at 80 knots, if you had that, I'd stop, because you don't want to fly with airspeed unreliable. It's nasty. Have you been to Diddley Squat Farm? I have, Swarm. I've been to Diddley Squat Farm. I went last summer, and then we went to Bourton on the Water afterwards for lunch. It's very nice. Want to go? Seatbelt signs coming on. Checking on the arrival. We can now step down to 17 to 11,000 minimum altitude. So we'll set that now. 11,000 feet set, and we can set the altimeter. He said it was 3027. 3027 set. And notice how I changed the pressure setting. Look at the profile. It's jumped 400 feet. In the real aircrafts, if you preload this here, 3027, which I've just set, shouldn't do that. It'll take the pressure setting that you've put into the FMC into the VNAV calculation, and it shouldn't update. Now, PMDG have changed the logic of VNAV here. Now we're off profile, it's gone to VNAV speed. That's actually the newer VNAV common logic, so they've updated this at some point in the sim. So what you need to do is open the speed window, select a higher speed. It'll stay in VNAV speed until it gets back on profile. Once it's back on profile, you'll get VNAV path and FMC speed. This is normal as well, rates of descents like this. So wait for VNAV path and FMC speed. Once you're back there, you can close the window. It'll go back to its econ descent speed 280. You'll get the message drag required. That's perfectly modelled in the PMDG. Flawless. Absolutely perfect. So they've updated this now to the common VNAV system. When the PMDG first was released, they didn't have this, and it was a bit of a shame, but it looks like they've finally updated that. Sorry, chart. Thank you. Did you play Giants in the Bourton on the Water model village? Yeah, pretend to be what do you call it, under the bridge, troll. We didn't. We went to the bird museum. That was a bit crap. It was a very nice village. Recommend going.
Southwest 581 radar contact. Climb maintain flight level 350. Proceed direct trooper.
Wow, that's beautiful here. Look, and it's accurate. Apparently, it's scattered clouds at 25,000 feet, but it looks okay to me. Yeah, very nice. Great livery, isn't it? But I'll probably, who knows when I'll fly the 900 again? Who knows? If Concorde had cameras on the engines over V1, then seeing their condition, would you have rejected? Why are there no CCTV cameras on engines? You don't have the capacity, Scotty. If you had cameras on engines, the ability to look at it during rotation and takeoff roll, you don't have the capacity to look at that. You could argue that pilot monitoring could be looking, but the only person that decides to reject is the captain. No, FO can call stop, of course, and most captains are going to react to that and stop, but it's ultimately the captain has that decision. And also the cost of having a camera and all that equipment and wiring, they're so reliable, engines anyway, and the chances of an engine stopping precisely at V1, I think there's probably been half a dozen cases in the history of aviation where that's happened. Non-ER 900 with 155 knots VREF next time. Oof. That is high. Is that with flat 30? Oh my goodness, someone's purchased a tank top. Andrew B, swim and climb.
14, winds are
That's amazing. Airways tank top. I can't read the comment. Amazing. Thank you very much for supporting the channel by some merchandise. Cannot wait to send you a picture of you with the tank top.
Welcome.
Sell those all the time, guys. Sell out. They sell out. My goodness, thank you. Welcome aboard, Elaine 83 as well.
520, wind 040 at 19,
right.
gust
Last Fidget at 280.
clear to land.
And next is Tisdale 250, 15 to 10,000. So we can step down to 10,000 feet now. That's the next lowest stop altitude. And you should now see the PMDG start decelerating. We've got the little green dot there. That should be from 280 to 250. Aircraft's flying a little bit fast, so we'll help it out with drag. VNAV can do a little bit like this as well. Behave like this in the real aircraft. What is the worst feature of Microsoft Flight Simulator for you compared to other sims? Said Dr. BP. Good question. It is the sort of the aircraft handling in Microsoft Flight Simulator is really good. I just don't like the behaviour on the ground, takeoff roll, landing roll, flare in commercial jet airliners. I think in GA it's pretty good now with CFD, and sort of if you've got a flat, square, you know, non-swept wing. But I just. It's so much more satisfying landing in X-Plane or others, well, other sims, let's say, if we're going like that way. I find it anyway. Right, anyway, FMS, got to be at or above 10,000 minimum altitude, so we can then step down after this. Next is going to be 6,000 all the way, look, they're all at or below, 9, 8, 7, so we'll set 6,000 feet of Palmer. 1 mile to go from Distal, so let's set 6,000. I don't know if Fort Worth Centre can clear us to land. Yeah, he can, can't he? He can even do taxiing if there's no ground. So VNAV path, we're back on profile. Let's do the post-cruise check. So I'm going to put the retracts on now, just to save a bit of time. Oh, what? No, I did not want that off. Lights, fuel is on 4 tons. Pressurisation 3.0 set. Seatbelts on, recoil checks complete. And we're now slowing down to 250. 240. Drag required after crope. 210 to 160. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. We've done a little bit of a dirty dive there onto the path. What is going on there with my heading bug? I saw that flashing around. Yeah, so far so good. Press with descent. If you've just tuned in, welcome aboard. We're just below 10,000 feet on our second sector. Back to Oakland. Not Oakland.
14 walking to DFW.
Oklahoma. And I keep trying to call this place Oakland. After landing, we'll taxi on descent, have a little look around the scenery, and then we'll run the giveaway for a copy of the scenery from iniBuilds. Straight in, literally straight in this. So again, keep an eye on that speed. We might have the drag required message, so again, we'll help it out with speed brake. Whereas speed brake, it's all or nothing. You don't ever use anything in between. It's either stowed or flight detent. Drag modelling, so we're looking at it. It's pretty good with speed brake. It's pretty useless in the 737 NG. And that's pretty much the deceleration I'd be expecting. Very nice. So elements like this are nice in the sim, and actually the mod speed brake, last time I checked, it was way too effective. So things like that handle nicer with the PMDG. Slightly fewer Golden Gate bridges there in Oakland. Yes, yes.
Okay. 2302, expect the visual approach runway 35 right.
Expect visual approach 35 right, United 2302.
And Delta 3 Papa Quebec, expect the visual approach runway 35 right.
Expect the visual for 35 right. Thanks so much. Delta
Adrian,
3
if you accidentally start the APU in real life,
581 leaving the airspace.
I misclicked a valid excuse. It's quite hard to do it in real life. If you do it, just let it start up and then just turn it off.
Southwest 581 leaving the airspace to the north. KC centers offline. Radar surface terminated. Change to Advisory.
So I can actually go down to 4,000. I was looking slightly at the wrong arrival there. 4,000 at 210 knots here for 35 right. Looking good. So VNAV, yeah, little VNAV quirks here with PMDG. Every time you pass a waypoint, it does like a little miniature VNAV update. Yeah, I'm disappointed with the current failure rate of the PMDG. You saw it, guys. 12 failures in 10 hours. I mean, it should be, yeah, maybe I should have cranked it up a bit, but maybe it should have happened a few more times. But yeah, they can see that you get this really jumpy behaviour in the PMDG. It's sort of like...
Midwest.
Shouldn't be doing that. Like that, MPS scales don't move like this. They are silky smooth. They're just constantly changing. And this sort of airspeed and behaviour is unrealistic. And the number changes like this.
FedEx 614, what ramp are you parking at?
They need, I think that's probably more a Microsoft Flight Sim issues. It's sort of constant glitchy changes. It's struggling VNAV to maintain speed here again. So
FedEx 614, the only ramps on that side of the field are north of you, so it'll be a right on to Charlie.
But if we get no failures, can we do a BOGO? The problem is I can't see the landing rate. No, because I need to. I'm cooking dinner tonight, so I do need to be gone by 6. We'll see if I screw it up completely. Fair enough.
5 miles east of the McAllister VOR.
Right, so 4,000 feet or above. Again, this is where a sort of... There's the decel point, so... it's just...
United 2302, field 1 o'clock, and about 4 miles reported in sight.
Field is sight, United 2302.
United 2302, clear visual approach runway 35 right.
Cleared visual approach 35 right, United 2302. So this is where PMDG, it does sort of go very shallow now, look. So we're still 2.6 miles and only 600 feet to go.
We have the field in sight.
To be fair, it's decelerating.
Delta 3 Papa Quebec, number 2, clear visual approach, runway 35 right.
So let's just see what happens here. Approaching 10 miles, flap 1, we'll select speed into vent. It will stay in VNAV path
number
now.
2 for runway 35 right, Delta 3 Papa Quebec.
And we talk about 3,000 feet at 10 miles. Remember the elevation here is 4,000. To be fair, it's handling really well with these sort of constant little wind changes. Flat 1, speed check flat 5. Turning final, 356. So we're flying an RNAV approach. Final approach point is Carly. So 2 miles before that, we'll set the minimums. Plus 100 feet on the MCP. Oh yeah, my bad. Why is it leveled off there? Oh yeah, that's my fault. So Carly 2300. Out of event. VNAV out's definitely a PMDG option thing, but you can't disable it unfortunately. I'm going to go flap 10 here, even though we've got a headwind, which got a little bit high there. Perfect. So 2 miles from gears coming up, so approaching descent, 1,700 feet. VNAV path speed windows open. We've not been cleared to land, we've cleared approach. Speed brakes armed, start switches are in continuous. Yep, very good.
Southwest 1483, descend via the Jeffrey 5 arrival, Dallas at altimeter 3017.
Apparently there is a gust slider in 7812, so I'm told, which can tame the weather a bit. They definitely need it, because the gust is calmed down now. But it's wreaking havoc with the poor PMDG with the speed constantly changing.
And Southwest 1483, Fort Worth Center.
Get out, flap 15, match speed, landing checklist. Start switching continuous, recall check, speed brake arm, green light, landing gear. Down to green on brake 3, holding on flaps, we're going to go flap 40, so we're going to do flap 25 initially.
Are you able to accept the
there's an outer marker there.
Arrival?
I've got to look up at the manual, but maybe an outer marker. Does that come up regardless?
Alright, Southwest 1483 is
flap 40, we need to be below 166, which are flap 40. Plus 10 on VREF because of the wind there.
Okay, cleared
Top of the white bar, so set the missed approach attitudes. Perfect, it's carried on descending, very good. PMDG's flown this beautifully, really nice.
15 gust 22, runway 35 right, clear to land.
35 right, clear to land, United 2302. Bit gusty here, so 5,000 feet set. Lights on. Put me very nicely on profile there. Right.
Correction, Oak City, altimeter 3027,
disconnecting.
landing north.
Disconnecting
It's going to be the
thrusts.
arrival landing north, Midwest 22.
So in the 900 here, we're much heavier. Flat 40, probably going to need about 65% plus here to maintain the speed. Because the wind's 20 knots, we're applying VRIF plus 10. The flight directors will provide accurate guidance on the RNAV approach, so you can leave them in. If you get closer to the runway though, and you can see they're deviating from the path, please disconnect them. Continue raw
American
data.
1278 is cleared to Oak City via the
Wind straight down the
departure.
runway.
Transition to
Speed's
south.
a tiny bit high, so I'm just going to reduce it a little bit there.
240 once events after departure. Departure with knee squawk 5350.
There's Oklahoma off to the right. Oh, flight recorder. Bugger. Guys, you'll have to do without it. No failures, very undramatic. Check. So adding thrust now to keep that speed at VRIF plus 10.
Minimum.
Continue. So thrust is very high, but that's because we're in the 900. I'd expect it to be plus 65 with flat 40. Ground speed's only 135 knots, look. We want to try and make that exit.
200.
Checked. Yeah, very nice. The flight director's taking me all the way down to the threshold. Really nice.
FedEx 303, I apologize.
Checked. Got an FMC message coming up.
7665 and ident.
50. 40. 30. 20.
Check.
10.
Close. Hold the attitude. Come on. Oh, that was beautiful. Speed brakes up. Reverses. Yeah, you know, landing and flight dynamics and the flare, it's good. It's absolutely fine. I just do prefer an explainer to make this exit here. Manual braking. That's the brakes hot. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Oklahoma.
35 right, Delta 2, Delta 3, pack you back.
Perfect. Oh, I can't taxi in this thing. We vacated a Golf. That wasn't bad.
2302, taxi the ramp via Golf Juliet.
To the ramp via Golf and Juliet. Thanks to the ATC for the whole approach there, United 2302. Perfect. Golf and Juliet. Let's get the
and FedEx 303.
stands up. So there we are. Golf. It'll be the third right into Juliet. We'll go for stand 22, where we started. Look at that. I only used half the runway. Perfect. I don't even know what the landing rate was. It doesn't come up on my screen. It comes on for you lovely people, but I can't see an absolute thing. And we ended up having no failures. You saw it. 12 failures in 10 hours. We should have had one. Should have. You watch, Charles. You understand the engine will explode. Now, look, obviously based on what happened there, I'll turn it on. I'll turn it on moving forward on every stream for a bit of banter. And we will do a full-blown ridiculous amount of failures. Yeah, it was jammy. You jammy git. I'll double check it. Oh, we have a failure. Oh, place your bets, guys. Wondering what it was. I'll clean up the aircraft. We've had something fail. I've got no idea what. Logo lights. We had something break. Light bulb. Oh dear. Perfect. Oh, why won't this aircraft turn? Oh, it just doesn't turn. I keep forgetting. Yeah, I'm telling you, it could be my settings, but the amount of paper. Oh, now my nose wheel's stuck. Don't tell me it was my tiller. There we are. But look, you can see, look, a full right there. It's just not turning at all. And we're in the grass. And I'm doing 5 knots.
Clearance available.
No wheel failure. Let's put that down there. So, based on the number of people that said here, they're having the same problem. I'm relieved in a way, but I didn't have that problem in any of the other aircraft, or certainly
American 1623.
not there. Try not to steer at maximum. Yeah, I mean, if you need to turn, but if I do, look, if you're doing less than 5 knots, it's better.
Los Angeles.
Right, stand 22. We said.
Via the
there it is, straight ahead. That's where we started the day. We've done a full blown sector shutdown engine number 2. Should be doing that on stand, but that's fine. Flight director's off. This can be reset. Right, yeah, let's have a look at this failure. Let me finish the cleanup here. APU's all firing up nicely.
Back correct advisory taxi, expect runway 35 left for departure.
And stand 22, there we are, that's where we started the day. Let's have a look then. The failure was, drum roll, right engine valve again. Ah, interesting. That's what we had. We had that. Is that where we can't shut the engine down? That could have been nasty. And I've just shut the engine down, haven't I? Is that because I've shut the engine down? Oh, we've arrived. Now I don't know if that's a failure as a failure with the valve. I mean, I've shut the engine down, but it makes me think either the spar valve or the engine valve is stuck. But that's correct now. This is dim and this would be bright blue. Shut the engine down, number one. That could have been bad. Yeah. So the engine valve closed, lights not illuminated, which would suggest it's open. The spar valve closed. The spar valve is closed, though, which has shut the engine down. Really interesting. I'm guessing it's stuck open. The right engine valve is stuck open. I've shut the engine down, which has moved the spar valve, which has stopped fuel getting through to the engine, and which is why it's shut down. Really interesting. I need to look that up. I think we had that on the other one.
American 1578 is cleared to Duluth via the Texoma 4 departure.
Thank goodness for that. Right, I'm going to do the full shutdown, guys, because... Let's turn on the replay.
Departure with me, squawk 06.
Oh, that was really lucky. That could have been a lot worse. We did get a failure, albeit very non-dramatic. There we go. Let's get the jet bridge attached. We'll have a little look at this scenery and then I'll run a giveaway for you. Jetway. Oh, jetway's on strike. Have I not parked in the right place? Oh, I've parked yes, okay, let's...
1578, you're back at
I'm just gonna...
ready to taxi. Expect runway...
might get kicked off of that.
Expect runway 36 right for departure.
Clunk. Let's try again. Jetway. No, it doesn't want to connect. Maybe it's the positioning. Where's the 737? I can't see it. Oh, don't worry about it, guys. They'll just have to jump. There we go. Yeah, so... Interesting. The engine valve failed again. We had that in the other failure string with 14 other failures. And it didn't seem to affect the engine at all. Anyway, we're here. We survived. That's the important thing. But yeah, we'll leave it on moving forward just for some excitement. Could potentially happen. Obviously, flights are made to be, you know, you guys see me do it hundreds of times, so we'll leave them on moving forward. If I'm not flying on an aircraft, that is. Right, so enjoy this jazzy music. Let me showcase you around this scenery. Thank you very much to iniBuilds who sent me this scenery around. We've seen a number of their sceneries in the past, but you know, it's a huge airport in Oklahoma City, Will Rogers, and like with all their other airports, they're really well modelled. Now look at this over here. I saw this in the preview. Over here, anyone who's familiar with Oklahoma, look at this. Oklahoma Airport has the Federal Transfer Center in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, from the US Department of Justice Federal Bureau of Prisons. They seem to have some sort of terminal here with an air bridge. So I don't know if there's some sort of major prison here, or is this the prison itself? And then this is where they do the transfers. Con Air. Remember that classic film? So yeah, look, they've got that modelled over here. Interesting facts for you. Southwest, 48% of traffic here is from Southwest Airlines. So if you a Southwest virtual airline pilot or like flying Southwest Ops, great airport for you. But the detail is phenomenal. You can go right up here. We've got hangars modelled over here. I need to have a look at the chart, see where it is there. But there's also an Air Force base here. What Air Force base is it? I've seen the sign for it. The Oklahoma Air National Guard, Will Rogers base. So you can spawn in your default F-18 in one of these stands, look, and be dispatched away here. It's a transfer federal prisoners between prisons. Very cool. So you got all that area here. You got cargo section here. You got all these lovely 3D objects. A huge cargo apron. moving over into the car park. I think I've disabled the cars just to increase the FPS slightly. You've got options if you don't have the most powerful PC to improve FPS as well in the settings. You even have my drone cam's very sensitive, but it's all modelled in here with air traffic controllers. I've got some cars modelled here in the car park under the sunshade here. Oh no, I do have the cars on. Car park, and as you saw at the start of the stream, the interior of the terminal is completely modelled. Oh, excuse me, let me just reset my drone cam. Oh, it is all over the place at the moment. To a slightly slower speed. There we go. So we obviously started the stream here. Look at the interior of the terminal. It's all modelled as per Will Rogers Airport in Oklahoma is modelled in real life. Got all the correct signage. You can win a tuk-tuk or tuk-tuk go all the way down here. Look, you've got passengers adding to the immersion, correct signage, all the correct baggage carts as per the airlines and the respective standards.
Minimums.
Very
minimums,
good,
approaching
very
minimums.
nice. Daniel, thank you very much for joining the channel as a member. Glad you enjoyed the content. You get invited to our members only Discord. I hope you enjoy using the custom emojis and chat. Look at the sun reflection there as well, and I think you get full night lighting too. So if I quickly switch over to night time, there we are. I'll just get rid of this here. There you go. So obviously the terminal's got lighting too. If you go to the front, all the lighting at the front. There you go. Is that Will Rogers? I don't know. But yeah, iniBuilds really do make highly detailed and I think quite performance friendly sceneries. Certainly on my build. I mean, I'm very fortunate to have a good PC, but yeah, very, very nicely modelled. Who would like to win a copy? Let's zoom on in towards our aircraft on stand 22. Oh, it's a Delta stand. I didn't get that quite right. Wrong stand. Perfect. There we are. We've got the PMDG 737-900-ER. Right. Let me just set up the giveaway here in the background. This is provided by iniBuilds. They very kindly allow me to run a giveaway for one lucky person. So let me just get that set up here in the background. Giveaways. Now let's spice it up a bit. I usually go a bit boring with my giveaway questions, so I'm going to ask you a question. You just need to put the correct answer in chat, alright? You can use lowercase, uppercase, it doesn't matter. Just make sure that you only put it in chat once, okay? The correct answer. If you put it in more than once, you'll be kicked out. I have anti-spam enabled for this, so it only allows you to put in the correct giveaway word once. So, what we're going to do is, if I can find what I was going to ask.
American 1538 seconds.
I can't find it now. Bear with me. I think you might know what I'm going to ask. I can't find it. Oh, where is it? Where? That's why, because I'm looking at the wrong airport. I found it. Right. We flew into Houston. Okay, Houston. What was the name of the original star?
Visual 35 right, Midwest 23.
Begins with G, ends in R, and you need to type it correctly. It's 5 letters. The star we flew into Houston, very aptly named. You don't need to worry about the number, just the letters. Begins in G, ends in R. No, Stu. No, get rid of the 3 there, Coase. Don't need to put the 3 in. Only put it in once, but you've got it correct there. Could you please name the star that we flew into Houston? There we go. If anyone was to tune into this stream right now, regardless if they knew the channel or not,
American 1278, runway
they'd
35
be
right, taxi to
asking
Kilo
questions.
Kilo Echo Quebec.
It's not. It's the name of the arrival into Houston. What was the star we were going to originally fly into Houston Airport? You're getting it. Keep it coming in, guys.
Squawk 7444 and IDIP.
Absolutely don't ever see that. It's look, it's legitimate. There you go. I'm giving away the answer here. What was the name of the star that we flew? Minus the number. That's good. That's Badgelino good, but just minus the number. Minus the number. Just put in the 5 letters.
Midland, New York. Welcome, or correction, southeast in Midland, New York. Welcome aboard.
Thanks.
Perfect.
Southwest 1483, expect to approach runway 31 right, descend to maintain 5,000.
I love the ability to change the line, the time of weather on the go in this sim. It's very smooth. I'll let that roll for a few more seconds in case anyone would not refresh the stream. Perfect. So, of course, the arrival we flew into Houston was the Gusher 3. The Gusher Star. We've got plenty of people who've answered that correctly. So I'll now roll the giveaway and see who the winner is. The winner of the scenery, the Oklahoma City scenery, is David Hamilton. Excuse me, David Hamilton. Congratulations. A bit of a cough. You have won one copy of the Oklahoma City Will Rogers World International Airports from iniScene. He's a regular subscriber, I believe. I think his status is unknown. He is yet to have messaged or sent anything there at all in recognition of his prize winning. He's so thrilled. He's forgotten how to type. He says, what? He says, what? David Hamilton, yes, you are the winner. He can't believe he has won. That's a lovely picture of you, sir, looking very suave in your black and white and your sunglasses. There we go. You are the winner of the scenery. So what you need to do, David Hamilton, is do me a favour. You can contact me via social media, Twitter or Instagram. I accept DMs. They are disabled for Facebook. And just show me your YouTube or Google page with the sign out button next to your profile. That's all it is, just to prove it's you. And then all I'll need you to do is send me your iniBuilds store account information. If you don't have it already, it's free to set up. Go to the iniBuilds website, set up a store account, and iniBuilds will add that to your account for you so you can enjoy it in Microsoft Flight Simulator. There we go. Right, anyway, let's sign out for today. Ooh, I've left the taxi light on. Let's zoom out slightly so you can't see that. I enjoyed that stream today. Yeah, first time flying the PMDG 737-900ER as well. I do like it. If you want to get a 900ER or a regular 900, obviously this is going to be the best one available as of today. If you've got all the other PMDG variants, of course, that's your personal choice. If you want to have the extra 2.4 meters, $50, or that's the price. You don't need any other version at all. And I think that's all the NGs they've released now. They've just got to release or update that tablet. And I think you've got a great add-on. I mean, you know how much I really enjoy flying the PMDG 737. Excellent aircraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator. It seems to replicate a lot of things that real aircraft does really, really well. Some things not so well. I think there's some limitations in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I know PMDG is saying Asobo caused a lot of issues for them personally. In fact, someone sent me a forum post where Rob was saying, it was causing. It was Microsoft Flight Sim was very unrealistic, causing issues in the PMDG. But it's sort of like 9 out of 10 for me. Really, it is. Like the VNAV profile was excellent today. We flew a GPS approach or an RNAV approach. Sorry, it was really, really nice.
Aircraft on second.
What were the few little things that we saw? Yeah, the taxiing. It could be me. I know a lot of people had issues as well, but just like above 5 knots, I can't turn more than sort of I would do with max rudder input. Whereas you can see it was understeering, so something's definitely amiss there. Takeoff and landing, it's a sim thing for me in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's just very like using a keyboard sort of thing. It's sort of left, right, not much in between. But it actually flared quite nicely, the flare there as well. But it's, yeah, when you get everything else with the sim in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the lighting, the weather, even though the weather's a bit jerky at the moment with the gusts as well, I think you get a better experience here in this sim too. But yeah, it's available now. I'm no way affiliated with PMDG, but the 900ER has been available for, I think, for a week or two. $50, I think it is, standalone. And if you want the ER, that's great. If you want to get your whatever variant, get that there as well if you want to spend $200 on every variant. You're mad to do so, like me, but number of people that wanted me to fly it was quite high, so I thought, yeah, well, I might as well get it. So I've got all of them, and probably not going to fly many of the other variants again. We'll stick with the 800 when we do fly it. Anyway, that's it for today. I did forget to set the flight recorder for the second sector there, so I will sign out at this stage 2. Thank you very much to the controllers that provided ATC, the ground controller earlier, and amazing ATC from this controller here as well. Great to see some AC at this time of day, which is quite unusual. 2, thanks everyone that joined me on the sector as well. Quite a lot of you at one point, at least 4 or 5 of you, so that was really good to see. Thanks to iniBuilds for sending me over the scenery. That's now also available. That was released last night too. I think it's £14-15 plus tax in your relevant country, so reasonable price for most scenery you get as well. So if you like Southwest, or you want to have the Oklahoma City scenery, is probably the best one you have available. What else have I got to say? Thanks to everyone that donated, to all the members, thank you very much for your continued support. I'll catch up with you later in Discord, and to all the regular viewers and subscribers, thank you very much indeed for popping in. If you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like. If you're not subscribed, make sure you do. So, to stay up to date with the latest content as well, possibly a stream tomorrow afternoon with the PF108 from also iniBuilds. They're smashing out add-ons left, right and centre, all really good quality, so it'll be nice to do a little GA stream tomorrow afternoon, but no promises on that. I've got a lot going on, and then I'm back to work this weekend as well, and I think I've got one standby. We'll see what happens, but guys, I'm sorry, a lot of people say, why don't you have a scheduled stream? I just can't do it with my full-time airline pilot, full stop, that's it. So I will, whenever I get any free time, commit it to you guys, especially the members. Some fun things to do. Anyway, I'll stop nattering on now. Enjoy the rest of your evening, guys. Stay safe, and I'll see you all